Deputy Speaker, all protocols are observed. So may I start by saying, Honourable Speaker, Madam Mbete, Honourable Chair of the National Council of Provinces, Madam Modise, Honourable Deputy Speaker, Mr. Honourable Senoli, Honourable Deputy Chair of the National Council of Provinces, Mr. Tao, Honourable Speakers of Provincial Legislatures, Honourable Leaders of Political Parties, the PBO Advisory Board, and here I will make a special mention of our two co-chairs, the Honourable Nyambi and the Honourable Frolic, and then the Honourable Chairs of the Committee, Honourable Mohai, Honourable Karim, De Beer, and Honourable Poza. Then Honourable Chairs of all committees, Honourable Members of Provincial Legislatures, the Secretary to Parliament, the Auditor General, Chair and the Chief Executive Officer of the Fiscal and Financial Commission, Directors and representatives of international and local PBOs, representatives of international and local institutions, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, honored delegates, all protocol observed. May I start, we welcome you, honorable delegates, to the birthplace of our icon, Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, of course to the most beautiful country in the world, South Africa. And let me remind you that you are also in the birthplace of humanity, the continent of Africa. We take great pleasure in hosting you at this first African network of Parliamentary Budget Officers Conference. And we hereby express our appreciation for your attendance and for traveling all the distance, both near and far, to come and attend and honor us with your presence. Our deliberations, honorable delegates, are very historic, and it lays the foundation for continued cooperation and the strengthening of relations as we go forward. It is therefore with great pleasure that I declare the African Network of Parliamentary Budget Conferences, Officers Conference in Cape Town, South Africa, open. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Chair.
A good round of applause. We're happy now that we're clear what's the purpose of this conference. I'm informed that we do have delegation from Kenya. Can you see people from Kenya? You are welcome. We do have a delegation from Malawi. Delegation from Nigeria. Ghana. It means they're still outside. Zambia. Those are African countries that are part of this conference. Then we've got a delegation from we do have a delegation from the United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, then NGOs that are part of this conference, ISS, GIZ. Can you use that mic and explain what ISS stands for the benefit of the delegates here in this conference?
Means Action Aid International Secretariat.
Okay?
Action Aid International Secretariat.
Thank you. GIZ, they are still outside. PSA, they are still outside. Then of course, we do have the Auditor General of the Republic of South Africa, Tate Makwethu. Of course, the leadership of the FFC, Abkuman. And of course, we do have a representation of IMF, the World Bank, and OECD. We do have the chairperson of SCOPA in the National Assembly, we do have the entire portfolio committee of finance in the National Assembly. The portfolio committee appropriation that is still held in meeting, they are coming, or they are here. Thank you. The appropriation chairperson select committee, it's here. And the select committee finance in the National Council of Provinces. And House Chairperson Boroto, it's here. Mayor Boroto. The Secretary of the Parliament in the Republic of South Africa, it's here. Tate Mkidlane. The Deputy Speaker, it's here. Tate Tsinoli. The House Chairperson committees in the National Assembly, Honorable Frolik, is here. And we have got members of Parliament that are part of this session because it's a rare conference. You have seen people that are here. It's a conference that will go a long way to make us to do things differently. The speaker was made to understand that it's expected to be part of us at 2:15. So with that understanding, we're hopeful that by that time she'll be here. The Honorable Chief Whip of the National Council of Provinces is here. And now we know who's here. Now we know who's here, Prof. Sometimes we take it for granted that we fail to give credit where it's due. To organize a conference of this magnitude and have these different kind of people coming together with one purpose of making sure that we achieve the set objectives of this conference. Tate Makwethu, not so long ago, when we attended a workshop, when we attended another conference, they decided to draw a graph, a very interesting one. It was a triangle. It was Parliament, then in one corner, You know, it was a triangle. It was Parliament in one corner, then there was Auditor General in another corner, then there was Executive in another corner in that triangle. So the presenter took more than 30 minutes, to be precise, around 50, explaining the triangle. Just a triangle. It was Parliament in one corner, then in another corner it was Executive, in another corner it was Auditor General. Then there were a lot of arrows. The arrow from AG to Parliament was written reports. Then the arrow from Parliament to Executive, it was facing both sides. It was written accountability. Then there was an arrow from the AG to the Executive. Let me have a person maybe that will assist me. What was that arrow saying? It's a triangle. You have got AG, you have got Parliament, you have got Executive, then you have got the arrows. Then the arrows are talking a story. Then it took that person almost an hour to explain. I've got my last 200 rand that I'll donate. I was explaining the arrows. You are more than welcome, Honorable Speaker. The triangle was Executive, Auditor General, then Parliament. Then I said the arrow from Parliament to Executive was showing accountability relationship. Then the arrow from Parliament to Auditor General was talking about reports. Then there's the arrow from Auditor General to Executive. Examines. The arrow is saying it's examines. So if in one roof you have Auditor General, you have leadership of Parliament, Honorable Speaker, you have Kenya, we have Malawi, you have Nigeria, we have Zambia, we have Ghana, you have United Kingdom, you have Canada, you have Australia, then you have got NGOs, you have our Auditor General, leadership of FFC, and of course, we have got a delegation from Uganda. A delegation from Uganda, we are welcome. Let's see, delegation from Uganda. Then we have these kind of people coming together in one roof. Without much ado, let me take this opportunity, invite the Honorable House Chair in the National Council of Provinces, in the National Assembly, Honorable Frolic. Honorable Frolic, come and introduce our guest speaker.
Thank you, House Chairperson, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, and also our esteemed guests who has joined us from a very strong presence from the African continent. I must say well done to Prof and the PBO. It was one of the requirements when this session and conference was envisaged that the board that is working with the Parliamentary Budget Office said that we need to have a strong footprint, especially from the African continent. but also from other leading parliaments of the world that are housing PBOs. So to our friends who are here from Canada, from Australia, and so forth, thank you for making the time and the effort to be here. My task is to introduce the Speaker of the National Assembly, and I'll just briefly refer to some of the highlights also in her political career. And since we do have a lot of guests, it's important that we do know exactly what the background of the Speaker is in the role that she is currently being deployed to. The Honorable Ms. Mbete was elected Speaker of the National Assembly of the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa in May 2014, her second tenure as Speaker of the National Assembly. She's also a member of the National Executive Committee of the ANC since 1991, and the first woman to be elected chairperson of the ANC, in a position that the Honorable Mbete has held since 2007. She's also a member of the NEC of the ANC Women's League since 1991. Our Speaker has also served the people of the Republic of South Africa in the capacity of Deputy President of the Republic from 2008 to 2009. And she's also the first convener, the founder and convener of the Progressive Women's Movement of South Africa. The Speaker has also served as member of the panel of eminent persons of the African Peer Review Mechanism, the APRM, of the African Union from January 2012 to 2014. And she has also served on a number of other local and international bodies. The Honorable Mbete is an astute poet and an author of an anthology of poems entitled Essential Things. Recently, the Honorable Mbete was awarded the 2016 King Legacy Award by the Martin Luther King Jr. Foundation in the United States for distinguished leadership roles over the years and for positive contributions in the global community. And at a more personal level, I must add, because very often we as politicians tend to forget this, that she is a mother of 3 sons and 2 daughters, and she's blessed with 4 beautiful grandchildren. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, I present to you the Speaker of the National Assembly.
Thank you very much for mentioning that last part of the introduction, which in my view is the most important of the roles that we get to play in life, but which we hardly ever talk about when we're in public. Honorable distinguished guests that have come from the international community, honorable members of this parliament of ours, honorable members of the advisory board of the Parliamentary Budget Office, Professor Jahed, and all our guests, I welcome you. We are happy to have you here to participate and share in the Parliamentary Budget Office Conference. The fact that many of you traveled from far places around the world, from around the African continent and from other provinces within the country, serves to remind us all how important it is for us to create and contribute to a better and safer Africa in a better world. South Africa's vision and trajectory from 2030 is to be globally competitive and to be an influential and leading member of the international community. Our vision is to promote and contribute to sustainable development, democracy, the rule of law, human rights, and peace and security in a prosperous Southern Africa and the world. The aim of the African Agenda for 2063 is exactly that, to stimulate and unite Africans around a common vision. On behalf of the Parliament of South Africa, we are committed to be part of the transformation. This is reflected in our commitment to hosting this conference. We want to share and learn from the past by building on the lessons in order to continue to progress and strategically exploit all possible opportunities available. Our present generations continue to work tirelessly to shape a better future for all. The Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, that was promulgated in 1996, requires that an Act of Parliament must provide for a procedure to amend money bills before Parliament. In 2009, the Money Bills Amendment Procedure and Related Matters Act was promulgated to give effect to the requirements of the Constitution. The objective of this act is to provide for procedures to amend money bills before Parliament and for norms and standards for amending money bills before provincial legislatures and related matters. Section 15 of the Act establishes a Parliamentary Budget Office. The role of the Parliamentary Budget Office is to provide independent, objective, and professional advice and analysis to Parliament on matters related to the budget and other money bills. The office must support the implementation of the Money Bills Act by undertaking research and analysis for the Finance and Appropriations Committees in both houses of Parliament. And indeed, this is what the office is doing, and many more initiatives are making an impact on Parliament's oversight role in transformation. With this in mind, I want to come back to the role of Parliament in fiscal oversight and the main aim of this conference. It is for information sharing among countries on the role of parliamentary budget offices in strengthening Parliament's role in doing fiscal oversight. Parliament's oversight role, in general, refers to parliamentary supervision and closely monitoring of government's financial proposals and policies. The main objective is to the parliamentary budget offices are a platform to serve as a resource center for those that still contemplate setting up a parliamentary budget office. We are excited about the impact that our parliamentary budget office made since its inception in 2013. We will share our experiences of the successful implementation of the office's legislative mandate. Professor Mohamed Jahed, the director of the South African Parliamentary Budget Office, was the driving force behind the establishment of the office. He was also responsible for designing a model for the South African Parliamentary Budget Office. International study tours to Kenya, Sweden, Germany, Japan, and Korea were undertaken to assist in the development of a suitable budget office for South Africa. What was learned from the study tours was that there was no one size that fits all. Professor Jahed's efforts need no introduction amongst political party leaders, universities, chairpersons of portfolio committees, the Auditor General, the Financial and Fiscal Commission, and representatives of civic organizations involved in fiscal oversight. Most of them are also present here today. We look forward to learning and extracting from our esteemed guests in the room. I was supposed to hand over to my colleague who is only able to join us later, unfortunately. And I was looking forward to her being able to talk about how Parliament's oversight towards the African Development Agenda 2063 is envisaged. I think she probably would do that in the course of this conference. I also must use this opportunity to say that it is indeed to the Parliamentary Budget Office that we turn for tools to pursue the task of ensuring that our own national development plan is being implemented. After all, Parliament has the constitutional mandate to play the oversight role over policy implementation. And the National Development Plan is that omnibus, that plan that has, from the fourth Parliament, indeed taken all of us from different political party perspectives on the bus that says we are going to implement this plan. Honorable members, distinguished guests, with this I want to welcome you again and wish that the deliberations over the next 2 days will be fruitful and that all your expectations will be surpassed. Thank you very much.
A good round of applause. Indeed, it's inspiring, Honorable Speaker. It's even inspiring to facilitate a program when you see that honorable members of Parliament in South Africa are taking this conference very serious. I've noted that we do have chairpersons of different portfolio committees. The chairperson of Mineral Resources is here. Can you see the hand? The chairperson of Scopa is here. The chairperson of Home Affairs is here. The chairperson of Road and Transport is here. The chairperson of Arts and Culture is here. The chairperson of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries is here. The chairperson of Trade and Industry is here. And we have got a lot of members of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces that are here. So, and the chairperson of International Relations is here. And tourism is here. So it's a clear indication that we are taking this conference very serious, Honorable Speaker. Without much ado, we'll request that we'll have people at that door that will be leading us so that we can have that photo session with the chairperson of the NCOP and the Honorable Speaker for the photo session. And immediately after the photo session, we'll be taking strictly 15 minutes, enjoying the tea and then coming back so that we can be able to start. Let's go to that very beautiful place in this beautiful country of ours, beloved South Africa, for the photo session with the leadership of Parliament. They are leading us to that place. It's outside Parliament. It will be the steps outside Parliament so that we can have a good picture. All of us. All of us. Thank you. Honorable delegate, can we be assisted to have those that are outside to get in so that we can start? Very sorry for the issue of the tea, but in terms of time, we're doing very fine. So we'll deal with the two presentations, and then from there, by that time, the tea will be ready, and as we are fine in terms of time, we won't have any challenges. I'll take this opportunity to invite a member of the advisory board of the PBO in South Africa, who's also a chairperson of a select committee in the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Mohai, to facilitate and deal with the next session. Honorable Mohai.
Thanks very much, the Chair, Honorable Nyambi, and once more, let me recognize all the delegates from respective countries and say also I'm happy to be joining hands with all of you in this important conference, particularly after the opening by opening remarks that were given by Prof. Jahed and the opening address by the Speaker of Parliament of the Republic of South Africa. Now, the issues, I think the issues that I'm facilitating is quite a very critical one. Parliament oversight of public finances. Oversight activities may seek to determine the efficacy of agents or the capacity to fulfill their mandates. Efficacy is about whether an organ of state has made sufficient use of public funds and whether it provides good value for money. And there can be no democratic system of government without transparency and accountability. The primary responsibility in this field falls directly on the shoulders of Parliament. Through its core oversight function, Parliament holds the government to account on behalf of the people, ensuring that government policy and action are both efficient and commensurate with the needs of the public. Parliamentary oversight is also crucial to ensure that agreed policies are properly implemented and delivered to improve the lives of the people. Concerted efforts are needed to inculcate a results and outcomes-oriented approach that enables better exercise of parliamentary oversight and achievement of results. Honorable members, the Speaker highlighted the issue in this regard of the significance of the parliamentary oversight over public finances and raised the issue of the Parliamentary Budget Office that has been established in our Parliament through Money Bills Act, which provide for independent and objective and professional advice and analysis of Parliament, analysis to Parliament in matters that relate to budget and money bills. For this reason, I want to indicate that when parliamentary committees process the money bills and budget-related matters, the sentiments of Budget Office as well as other institutions, particularly the FFC, the Auditor Generals, are seriously taken into consideration in dealing with this, when we deal with these matters. So I believe that issues that will be discussed, sharing experience, in dealing with experience and recurring matters that need to be addressed in oversight of public finances, because it's important, I think, to flag some of the issues that we need to continuously grapple with. For instance, there must be alignment between financial expenditure and government policies, striking a balance between competing interests, and the issue of good governance, performance management relate to such areas, and providing an enabling framework, enabling an environment, and also issues of governance, ownership, and mandates. So I believe that the two members that are going to be dealing with the two gentlemen that are going to be dealing with this topic in greater depth, Mr. Makwetu from the South African, as Auditor General of South Africa, and also Bongani Khumalo. I do not know, but in terms of the program, okay, I'll just go as indicated on the program, that we have Mr. Kimi Makwetu to kickstart our discussions first. He's very experienced. He served both in the private sector and in the public sector. He's a chartered accountant by profession. He has served as a Deputy Auditor General. There was a very similar succession, I think. This one, so institutional memory. He has served in the accounting firms, Deloitte and Tosh, and in the banks as well. So he brings with him vast experience in this sector, so as to shape the outlook of the democratic government, particularly in South Africa, to respond in how it manages public finances. So let's welcome Mr. Kimi Makwetu, the Auditor General, to lead us with this presentation. You are welcome to come this side. Are you comfortable to present from that area, or we can give you all the platform because
No, I
we
think,
don't, yeah.
I think I'm fine here. I like to sit on these green chairs.
I know that you are fine there, but delegates would like to have your view unobstructed. Okay. Delegates would like to have a full view of you.
I thought I was going to do the manipulation of the thing myself, but
Oh,
it's okay.
yes. Okay. No, but you can.
That's fine.
No, sorry, not for it.
Thank you very much, Chair, and let me also extend greetings to the honored delegates present today on what I understand to be the inaugural African Parliamentary Budget Office Conference. I think it's an important development that we look at the role of budget offices as we ponder through the contribution that parliaments and parliamentary budget offices could make in the African development agenda. Firstly, let me complete something that the previous chair was dealing with earlier on in his triangle, when he suggested, because I remember there was a missing part in that triangle. He indicated that between the AG and Parliament, there are reports that flow from the direction of the AG to Parliament, and then between the executive and Parliament, there are also relationships of accountability that flow in both directions. And then the chair left us hanging when he said he's got $200 that he was dangling as a carrot, when he asked us what does that direction of relationship from the Auditor General to the executive represent. And I thought to myself, well, that one ought to represent stress. Because the minute you have an Auditor General in front of an executive, in whatever role that executive, whether in the private or the public sector, there's always stress. about whether these people that are sitting in front of me are going to ask me questions that are difficult to answer immediately. So, Honorable Nyambi, I put stress there in that side of the equation, and I'm sure it can be substituted as we go forward during the day, because there's certainly that inherent relationship of stress when someone is coming to attest to the work that you have done in the role of an executive. If I may just ask the person who's going to assist me with the slides to go to the slide that has got the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. I think it's slide number, that one. I thought in my input today, and as we look at what role the Parliamentary Budget Office could play in its role of fiscal oversight. I think fiscal oversight, when all is said and done, in terms of the monies that are flowing through all parliaments, monies that are expended and are in the care of a number of people who are in the line of the executive in any government. The fiscal oversight ought to be positioned such that it assists governments towards achieving, among other things, what is set out in these Sustainable Development Goals. It is not oversight for the sake of satisfying the user of that financial information as to where the money went in terms of the debits and the credits at a technical level. It is about the people who develop policies that are aimed at achieving all or a number of these objectives, being satisfied that what they set out to achieve in respect of all these goals has been or is moving in the direction of being achieved. And one of the instruments that has been used, particularly in the Westminster system of governance and oversight, has been the instrument of an audit office, which is also about looking through the mechanisms that are put in place to look after these resources that come on the back of the acceptable policies that are adopted by parliaments, to see whether the money that has been made available through the budget, as well as other mechanisms that operate with regards to state-owned entities as well, who are also seized with such things as implementation of infrastructure, as we can see under Sustainable Development Goal number 9. I think when one looks at this picture as it was adopted by the United Nations and our respective governments, whether in the continent, whether in the Australasia, in Europe, or in Latin America, all of them, parliaments, ought to be seized with whether, when departments present their financial information to parliament, what sits behind those numbers? Do those numbers represent progress towards elimination of poverty? Are these expenditures aimed at advancing the programs towards securing renewable energy, as well as providing clean water and promoting programs around gender equality, education, and health? That, I think, to me, would be perhaps the highest level of development of any level of oversight as represented by a parliamentary budget office. Because if it doesn't look at these numbers that are presented through the financial statements or the budgets of various departments and entities, it will possibly be just a mechanical exercise of agreeing numbers between what has been put through the books in terms of monies received, as well as what has been spent. If it is not located in the context of any one of these goals, then that particular level of oversight ought to be questioned as to what it is that it is aiming to achieve. How do we do this when we work through it in the audit office? Perhaps I'm now on the next slide. And here, As an audit office, as I said, the instrument that we bring about is one of those many instruments of oversight that are available to a parliament, in the sense that we are interested as an audit office as to whether the people who are charged with the finances of the state are presenting the activities that they undertake in a manner that can be regarded as fair. And that's why when we present our audit reports, we are looking to the various committees in Parliament to interrogate the reflections that an audit office is bringing forth via a set of financial statements. Because as auditors conclude on whether financial statements are a fair presentation, they are telling the user in other non-technical ways that they have examined all the significant transactions, many of which would have been aimed at any one of those 17 goals that I highlighted earlier. They would have examined the financial information as well as how the finances were spent towards the achievement of any one or more of those goals. And therefore, when the auditors are saying that they want to draw the Parliamentary Oversight Committee's attention to certain areas that did not work as well as expected, it is a red flag. It is not just a mere alert to a procedure that was not undertaken from a compliance point of view. It is a red flag to the extent that these are elements that normally contribute to the diversion of resources. So if the financial statements are not well cared for, the books are not balanced regularly, it creates an opportunity for somebody who might have opportunistic objectives to redirect these finances towards goals other than those that had been agreed when those monies were appropriated. So to us, that is the essence of this examination, so that in any parliament, in fact, we work with quite a number of colleagues from the countries that were mentioned via a body of auditors general in the continent. And one of the things that we looked at as the supreme audit institutions in the continent not long ago was what was going to be our role as auditors general when it comes to pursuing the achievement of these sustainable development goals as well as the Agenda 2063. And our primary question was, have we examined first what is it that led to the Millennium Development Goals not to have achieved what was intended initially? Because whatever it is that one wants to do with regards to the sustainable development goals in any country need to start with what is it that stopped the objective of reducing hunger, reducing poverty, creating jobs, implementing infrastructure in the first round of what was called the Millennium Development Goals. Have we examined that? Because if one looks at that carefully, you'll find that there are a litany of reports that would have been presented to various parliaments pointing to the red flags that are likely to divert the resources that are available for the achievement of those Millennium Development Goals. And possibly it is possible that no action was taken to address the recommendations that were made by a number of institutions and audit offices in particular. So I want to highlight the point that yes, parliaments do their oversight work in terms of what has been described in their manuals. But the question is, after they have made recommendations for the executive to act on the findings of independent institutions, do they follow through to ensure that those recommendations are so implemented that they prevent the possibility of these resources going away from what was initially intended? Because our conclusions, most of us as auditors, is always that all the money that was made available has been spent. We have followed the evidence in respect of the areas where it was spent. However, the objectives that were said to be achieved are not always achieved, despite the fact that there's no longer money in the bank. That, I think, is very critical as we look at how the budget office, as it rolls budgets going forward into subsequent years, how does it take stock of the levels of accountability that are enforced when parliaments and budget committees take certain decisions, whether it is the Public Accounts Committee, whether it is a portfolio committee. But I think it is important to examine what role can parliaments play to strengthen the hand of the Parliamentary Budget Office towards ensuring that this accountability is realized. Because it is not just about the technical pronouncements of an accountant. It is about promoting transparency so that when countries report on the progress they have made towards 2063, towards agenda around the Sustainable Development Goals, they can be able to say that we report on this progress with regards to the reduction of hunger or the reduction of unemployment because we've got credible information that has been presented through our annual reports, which is a subject of thorough scrutiny by the respective parliaments assisted by a Parliamentary Budget Office. That, I think, is the ultimate if one is to test whether there is any effectiveness. Otherwise, the rest could become a mechanical exercise of processing reports and making recommendations and look forward to next year's reports until a current term of parliament is over, and the ones who come after them do not think that it's their responsibility to unearth things that should have happened in the term before theirs. So that, to me, is one of the key elements that I think still needs to be focused on. Much as work is being processed through the various channels, whether it's portfolio committees and all that. But where the rubber hits the road, and we need to look at whether there is intensified oversight over budget allocations. I'm now on slide that's headed recommendations. I've moved from the rest of them. I'm now on the one headed recommendations, the slide. If I look at what is it that could potentially get us to the place where we need to be, I think there's no doubt that intensified oversight over key budget allocations, especially for those programs linked to the SDGs, as I've highlighted earlier, is potentially one area that needs to be prioritized. Because the people who are in the budget office, normally you will find a combination of economists. You'll find a combination of developmental planners and other people who will have a line of sight into what are the issues that need to be examined when budget allocations are pronounced. And therefore, if there are allocations of budgets that go towards things that are not pursuing the developmental goals as articulated in the African Development Agenda, they will possibly be the first ones to raise the flag and alert those that make decisions that the priority allocations in terms of expenditure do not seem to be all geared towards the achievement of these developmental objectives. As well as I think when, in our case at least, as I know it closer home, the level of interrogation of budgets that are spent at different other levels in government is potentially one area that could be looked at, as especially the grants. A lot of the grants that are made available for the development of capital infrastructure, as well as for relieving certain pressures within different communities, is what I think is also another focus area, because most of these departments do not spend these grants themselves. They normally provide the policy context and the oversight for the spend of these grants. And I think that there's a number of instances where the auditors also highlight the need for the leadership of government institutions to pay attention to what I'm highlighting on bullet number 4, which talks to the need to take corrective measures when areas of expenditure, which in our case here we normally call unauthorized expenditure, where expenditures are made towards programs that have not been articulated in the original budget documents, which means that one is spending and committing funds that could potentially contribute to the escalating levels of debt over time. And if that is not adequately controlled upfront to ensure that much as there are unanticipated programs like floods and such disasters, surely one cannot say that you must budget for these things because nobody can anticipate them. But it is within the context of how unauthorized expenditures could contribute to the ballooning effect for debt, where the monies have been borrowed towards meeting current expenditure, which is not going to reproduce itself over time. The area of fruitless and wasteful expenditure, this is really opportunities lost, if I may put it in summary terms. Opportunities are lost here because the disciplines that are required to be observed in the various institutions that handle these finances are not always so observed to the point where institutions will, for example, go and buy, let's say, 100 computers, but because they did not prepare for the training of the people who are going to use them, or they did not put enough budget to buy the software that is going to be installed in these computers, you then find computers bought in 1 year, but after 3 years, they are still sitting in the strong room. Nobody's using them, but the budget has been utilized. But whatever benefits were expected to be derived from the utilization of that equipment is not being realized because all of this is sitting in the strong room gathering dust. Hence, we normally refer to this in our conclusions as fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And these are the issues that we always highlight to say to parliaments. It may well be that the amount is not as big, but the fact that there is a regular occurrence of similar activities might also be highlighting the flag about the need to look much wider, so that when actions are taken and recommendations are made, when reports are presented in the plenary, in the House, that at least somebody makes sure that some consequences that ought to follow when people deviate from prescribed public policy rules and procedures can at least be taken to task with regards to that. So, Chair, I thought those were the few ideas I was aiming to share today with the session, and I hope that this, and together with anything else added, will contribute to a much wider discussion. Thank you very much.
No, thanks very much, Mr. Makwetu, for the input, and I think the presentation is available for the delegates. Okay, thanks very much for that. So I think issues have been flagged, honorable members. I am going to encourage that you note issues that you'll raise for further discussions. We'll allow that opportunity for questions or further elaboration on some of the issues that the AG has highlighted. He has made very key, I think, observations, very critical in terms of the oversight, parliament oversight of public finances. So I'm going to be requesting the Chief Executive of the Finance Fiscal Commission, Mr. Bongani Makwetu, to be, no, sorry, Bongani Kumalo, sorry, Bongani Kumalo. No, yeah. Yeah, that's a very interesting one, because we come in together here. So I was already, you can come decide, Bongani. Well, it was not the intention to say Bongani has joined the Auditor General's office now. Mr. Kumalo is long in the Finance and Fiscal Commission. He served in this commission as a researcher, and he also vast experience. He also served as a lecturer at a university in Zimbabwe, and also since 1994, he has been part of the Financial and Fiscal Commission of South Africa. So he is quite, we used as the finance family to be interacting with the FFC, particularly pre and post budget process, very critical, useful inputs, also in terms of the recommendations that they make, far-reaching, in terms of ensuring that government implements or deals with the issues that it raises. So let's welcome Bongani Kumalo to make a presentation, and then we have a discussion thereafter. Thanks very much. Yes, Mr. Kumar.
No, thank you, Chairperson, and I think I must take all protocol as observed. I think Professor Jahed did that on my behalf. And I also want to thank Professor Jahed for the invitation to come and talk to you on this matter, and also congratulate our Parliamentary Budget Office for hosting this, what I think is a very important conference. I also have a very soft spot for the topic that was given to me, in the sense that I have to say something about the role of the Parliamentary Budget Office. And I was closely or intimately working with Professor Jahed, especially when it came to filling the boxes that the speaker referred to as Professor Jahed's contribution in setting up the Parliamentary Budget Office. And I must say I'm also quite excited to see that some of the faces that we put in those boxes are also on the program to make some contributions today. Now, from where we sit, I'm just I've got a slide presentation which I think it's got about 19 or so slides, but I'm gonna try and skip some of them, because some of the issues that I had put have been spoken to in one way or another by the people that spoke earlier in the morning. I think one of the observations that we want to make is that legislatures have traditionally played a very limited role in budget formulation, review, or approval up until a few decades ago. And the limited role was due to a variety of reasons, including general lack of capacity and expertise, technical skills, very short time frames within which budget documentations also needed to be processed. So it was something that was what we can actually discern from looking at the history of these institutions. But in recent years, there have been an increase in the role and responsibilities that legislatures play in the budget process. And some of these roles include approving ex ante fiscal frameworks, which basically means that if you can approve the fiscal framework ex ante, the likelihood that you will change the actual budget, or there will be a need to change the actual budget, would probably be limited, except to probably just looking at a few numbers here and there. And that basically provides a space to actually deal with the real issues that one has to deal with. There's also the broadening of the portion of the budget that is subject to legislative review. In some instances, what we pick up is that it's only limited to one or two areas, or this number of areas. But generally, the trend has been that the areas have been broadened. There's also the strengthening of the institutional budget and deliberative processes. In other words, the emergence of these parliamentary budget offices and also the traditional secretariat to the parliament that's also been providing that support and capacitating legislatures in terms of engaging with some of these issues. And then we can also look at the enhancement of the ex post budget oversight through these processes and capacitation. If I move to the next slide, just a look at that slide basically summarizes a look at what the international trends and innovations are in these processes. We can categorize these into three. Basically, the budget-making legislatures, which have the capacity to amend, reject executive proposals and substitute them with their own. We have listed examples of those cases and also those that are influence as opposed to having the power to actually change it. You have also like some countries that seem to demonstrate that kind of and then the final one is where there is very little or no role at all in the budget, and there's also an example there that we picked up of Mozambique. I don't know whether we've got people from Mozambique here, but it's one of those. Now, the rationale for a parliamentary budget office, obviously, in attempting to deal with increased oversight and the amendment functions of legislatures, especially with respect to the budget process, many countries found that existing parliamentary institutions have limited resources to undertake the required levels of analysis on fiscal matters. There's also the lack of institutional independent assurance or interpretation of what we can call the official view of the budget and the finances of government. Here, I think it's important, it's an important conversation would be about how independent can a parliamentary budget office be. So there are certain issues that one would have to be thinking about, and I think I'm going to come back to those. And then there's also the need to provide greater support for legislatures, and therefore these budget offices have been established with highly specialized research and analytical units. So it's a question of the capacitation. We can have a conversation with Professor Jahed in terms of what was driving his thinking when he proposed the kind of a model that he has. I remember talking to him at the beginning. It was a different set of numbers that he was talking about, but ultimately it came to a different outcome. And obviously there are reasons as to why that had to turn out that way. Part of it is a limitation in resources that would then be applied or given to the office. Let me move to the next. If you can move to the next slide. The next slide basically looks at how PBOs can enhance fiscal oversight of Parliament. Generally, what we find is that they have to be dedicated to serving the needs of Parliament by providing all members, even irrespective of party affiliation, with independent analysis and advice that can serve to inform policy positions and decisions. They have to provide medium-term fiscal projections that can, not necessarily have to, but they can differ from those that the executive or that government produces, and therefore create that platform for debate and improved understanding. Hopefully the outcomes generated from such debate result in a higher quality output when it comes to the final budget. They can also assist in determining the impact of potential policies, new taxes and so on the country's resources, and can in that way assist policymakers to make informed decisions when deciding whether or not to accept or object to policies that the executive proposes. So in essence, the role of the Parliamentary Budget Office would be to capacitate Parliament or the legislature with the requisite skills and time to conduct analysis that members cannot or unable to carry out themselves. If we move to the next slide, it's basically just looks at what is happening to parliamentary budget offices in different countries, we find that they are relatively new in a lot of countries, and I think in Africa in particular, they are relatively new. And then internationally, they have different levels of institutional maturity, and they also vary widely in terms of the resources that they have. There are some numbers that are provided there that talk to the US Budget Office, annual budget, $45 million, 250 staff. Unfortunately, or can I move it? All right, yeah. So basically, the issue of resources would probably have a very strong role in determining how effective the Parliamentary Budget Office is. And as has already been indicated, there is no best practice model that can be applied from one. It really depends on the institutional and historical frameworks within the different countries, and so. But what we can actually identify is that in those strong parliamentary budget offices generally tend to be characterized by including skills of different specific expertise. I'm not sure, Professor Jahed, when we were filling up the boxes, whether we actually had any boxes that made reference to specific sectors that one deals with in Parliament, because most of the portfolio committees, infrastructure, you need certain types of expertise to be able to look at what is actually happening there. Agriculture, different types of, but you can only be able to do that on the basis of the resources that you have. And one of the examples that we have here is that sometimes it's also about whether or not what you recommend or say is received in what particular way by those that actually provide you with those resources. A typical example was the Canadian story where you put something that somebody thinks is controversial, doesn't bring them out in a nice light, and then suddenly you get like a little bit of a closing of the tap. And that can actually cripple the institution. If we move to the South African case, I don't want to spend a lot of time on the origins because I think we all know the origins of this. I think probably what is important is the way in which the Parliamentary Budget Office has evolved in South Africa is that because of the size and the capacity, the focus has been mainly targeted to the 4 finance committees. In other words, the rest of the portfolio committees will probably be served in an ad hoc kind of a manner, which presents going forward some degree of challenges because the capacitation is required across the board. And if you have an institution like that, one would be expecting that it's actually across the board. But generally speaking, we do also at some point trace the progress that has happened. And because the Parliamentary Budget Office was established after the Money Bills Amendment Procedure and Related Matters Act had already been passed. And part of the requirements that came with that legislation was that portfolio committees need to produce what are called budget review recommendations reports. And that process is one that we can use as probably a proxy measure of how well we have actually, or how far we have actually traveled since the establishment of the Parliamentary Budget Office. They preceded the PBO. I remember when we were conducting interviews, we actually asked the candidates to evaluate certain BRRR reports from different portfolio committees. And that, I think, is something that is required as a matter of course in the business of what the PBO does. Now, the next slide basically tries to bring into context the tools that Parliament, of oversight that Parliament actually has, and categorize them. We have 4 categories of these. This relates to oversight and accountability, and where we think the Parliamentary Budget Office role is most critical. That's the one that I've categorized as number 3, which is financial instruments. But there are other supporting institutions around this process, and the one key characteristic of the South African Constitution is that it established the institutions supporting democracy, what are sometimes referred to as the Chapter 9 bodies. And those institutions on a regular basis are supposed to report to Parliament on different aspects of what is actually happening. And invariably, what they report on links to Chapter 2 of the Constitution, which basically deals with the rights that South African people are supposed to progressively realize. And those types of reports are quite critical, could be used as a critical input of how the Parliamentary Budget Office also approaches its work. If I try to link this with the Sustainable Development Goals that the AG referred to here, it's actually quite critical that those types of reports, if you're going to look at the progress around that, then those reports from those institutions must of necessity form part and parcel of what the Parliamentary Budget Office must be able to assess. And so no need to duplicate what other people or other institutions are doing, but to simply optimize on the resources that we have and the framework that the Constitution of the Republic has created for us. The next slide basically still looks at parliamentary oversight bodies. Most of Parliament's oversight work takes place within the committee structures. I don't know why I still kept this thing called the Joint Budget Committee. These things changed, but it's our appropriations and our finance standing committees that are instrumental in providing oversight on financial and fiscal matters. The Constitution also created the ISDs. So these ISDs generally provide evidence-based reports and information to Parliament. And that information might not necessarily tally with what the executive would have presented, and this would create that platform to engage on some of the issues. I think one of the findings of the Kada Asma report was that Parliament does not make adequate use of the information provided by the ISDs. I don't know whether that is still true now, but certainly that was one of the findings in that report. Now, on the next slide, basically that's just a cycle. I don't want to dwell on that. Just to move on to the next slide, that basically looks at what we consider to be some of the key challenges identified. Again, this is based on work that was done before the current Parliament. We can evaluate where we want to go against where we come from. So these are findings that we can pose as questions today to check whether we have actually moved beyond these. There is a lack of an impact assessment of legislation passed by Parliament, including the budgetary, financial, and economic costs, amongst other things. And I think this is quite a critical area because one of the key challenges that we find, because of the nature of the system of fiscal relations that we have, we've got 3 spheres of government. So every time a piece of legislation is tabled to Parliament, there's a requirement that it must be costed. And so the issue of what is sometimes known as unfunded mandates arises because some of the key questions that must be asked at this stage around these particular matters are not actually taken. I can say that with a degree of confidence because as the Financial and Fiscal Commission, we are actually partly a custodian of protecting the different spheres from those unfunded mandates that emanate from legislation. And we have identified in a number of occasions in the past, which basically led to the amendment of the Financial and Fiscal Commission Act in the last year, to actually ensure that we force the national departments or provincial departments, when they take certain executive decisions, to actually consider the financial and fiscal implications for different spheres of government. So this is something that we can basically track and say, do we still have these? If we still have these, then there is something that is not happening. And again, I think this is quite a critical aspect of what the Parliamentary Budget Office must actually be able to be identifying and assisting Parliament with. There is limited or sometimes little monitoring of legislation to detect unintended consequences, a failure by the executive or other organs of state to take required actions in response to legislation. And you see this when you look at the number of cases that end up finding their ways into the courts. And obviously those cases, in most cases, our experience has been that they will be defended, but they tend to be lost. So there's something that is probably not happening, which should be happening. So we just want to highlight that in terms of testing whether we are actually moving in the right direction, these are the kind of issues that we should be able to be tracing. Sometimes there's a lack of balance between short-term delivery, forecast oversight, and policy oversight, which is generally long-term in nature. Now, we have come a long way, partly because the Auditor General now audits what we call predetermined objectives, which would include then performance indicators, targets, and how departments perform against those. But we also need to be looking at the realism with which those targets are sometimes set. So you'll find that departments will set certain targets at certain levels. And when you then look at the final outcome and the audited results, you find that they have actually failed to achieve those, even though allocations have been increasing, probably even at a faster rate than they have been in the past. You then start asking questions about why are these things not working in tandem, and so that is an area that I believe that we still need to interrogate even more, especially when interrogating the annual performance plans and the strategic plans and their realism in practice. The ability of Parliament to amend money bills, obviously we would have expected this. There were a number of concerns that were raised by the Treasury and other stakeholders. These concerns related to the balancing of expenditure with revenue generation when budget changes are effected, and the disruption of the budget cycle and inadequate resources within Parliament to analyze the full implications of budgetary adjustment. So, but these are things that evolve over time. So it's not really an issue that one can consider to be a serious challenge anymore. Moving on to the Parliamentary Budget Office itself, again, I just want to skip the next 3 slides and go to, let me see. Yeah, and go to that slide there. Now that slide basically just maps out progress, what I spoke about earlier, that one just looks at what has been happening and where the Parliamentary Budget Office has been playing a critical role, and that is in response to the BRRR's reports. That's just like keeps some numbers there that we just are looking at in terms of the appropriations committees and the finance committees, what has been happening. 2013 total recommendations from the appropriations committees was 5, from the finance committees was 4, 2014-24 for the appropriations committees 8, for the finance committees. The finance committees generally, they focus on the fiscal framework, whereas the appropriations committees will look at the fiscal framework, the appropriation bill, and the division of revenue bill. And so the recommendations would tend to be like that. So looking at these numbers, they don't tell us much now, but what we have observed is that generally the recommendations that have been made have generally been accepted by the executive. They have not been very radical recommendations. We can safely say that. They have not been very radical. They have not meant anything to do with changing what would have been tabled, but they tend to come in when you deal with the revised fiscal framework, that's the MTBPS period, so that you can then start considering them in the next budget cycle. And that actually helps in terms of maintaining that stability that one would want to see in the process. Now, my last slide basically is just a set of conclusions or observations that we make, and I would basically not want to say anything about it, but just leave it there for the audience to look at and consider. Thank you very much.
Thanks for the presentation, Mr. Kumalo. Honorable members, the two presentations sets out in a more elaborate way Parliament oversight of public finances. And also presenters have also posed questions to some areas, a critical look of the current model. Are we on the right track? What are the things that must be done to strengthen the capacity of legislatures to undertake this important exercise of oversight? And also is more underscoring the point that oversight and accountability is a continuous act which there is mutually reinforcing working relationship between legislature and the executive as legislators to ensure that policies and programs are implemented effectively and efficiently. I think share some experience to some extent, previous reports that pose some questions to the degree in which members of parliament are critically looking, taking this task of oversight robustly with the vigor that is required to ensure that it represents societal needs and the expectations from the people. So I think how we relate to some reports, whether it's budget statements or some commitments, globally arrived at commitments of countries, how do we, I think the AG as well as the FFC, Mr. Kumalo, flagged those issues. So I think the point, I think, in our context, in South Africa, there's close to zero real economic growth. Currently, high public debt, limited room to raise revenue, greater consideration and scrutiny, therefore, become so critical in how we relate to the use of allocations so that we can grapple with the ever-changing environment, national and international environment, struggle obviously to always alter the socio-economic conditions so that conditions of the people improve for the better. But they've highlighted the issues. I'm not summarizing their statements, I'm making my remarks as a facilitator. No, I don't want to distort them. I'm making my remarks as a facilitator. That these are critical areas. So also the issue of independence of this budget office and capacity thereof of the budget office. So that budget office should not be extension of research units of different political parties, but budget office should be independent and very much the kind of analysis they provide should withstand the test. Facts on board, capacity to assess executive failures or so forth, so that we are able to make meaningful contribution. So I would allow honorable members to make this self-critical assessment because it's conference. So delegates comes to conference with some package. So I want you now to share the package that you brought along, honorable members, so that we can enjoy something new must give, or maybe we must restructure this budget office, is toothless structure, doesn't work, or how we make it a better vehicle. So it's quite an important thing. I see the Honorable Dr. Mateme, the Chief Whip of the National Council of Provinces. You are free, honorable members. I allow presenters, you are free to raise, I'll recognize countries, members, comments. Doctor, you can.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Welcome the presentations made here. We are always informed knowledge is power, and we learn until we go 6 feet down. Chair, my first question, actually, I'm struggling. I don't know whether it belongs to the two panelists or somebody in this house can assist. The Budget Office Chairperson. The last presentation implies that it is an oversight mechanism, say maybe one of. And then my question is then, it's clarity seeking questions that I have. My question would be, is this office oversighting the oversight mechanisms which we already have? I'm not sure where in the scheme of things, if we were to do an organogram, I'm really not sure where the functions would correctly place this particular office. Next, Chairperson, if you allow me just to express my concerns at once and then I'll be done. My next concern, Chair, the first presentation alluded to consequences. To consequences, Chair, as a country, 22 years on, I would wish the presenter to share with us what his observations have been and what would he recommend. The system, is it the system? One slide alluded to capacity, but I just would wish to know how well are we doing on the aspect of consequences. Lastly, Chairperson, I think to Mr. Kumal. One of the slides alluded to possibility of rejecting the budget. That one scares me very much. If ever one day the budget is rejected, we have a budget cycle, Chairperson. We have a budget cycle, and that cycle is closely linked to service delivery. If ever the day comes when the budget gets rejected, what would be consequences to the overall responsibility of Parliament, which is service to the people? And how should that be preempted? Does the Budget Office have mechanisms to preempt that? Personally, I would wish that that day never comes. I really would wish that day never comes. If ever it does come, how do we avoid that day from coming? Because our focus is service to the people of the country. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Doctor. The issue that the presenters raised was that are limited resources allocated appropriately across different priorities and meeting societal needs. And that is a responsibility of members to make that determination. So if the budget doesn't fulfill those needs, members are called to action to determine whether the budget is in accordance with the priorities and the needs of our society. So, but members will comment. Okay, this side, honorable members, Kenya, you want to comment? Thanks. Noted.
Yes, I'm Phyllis Macau, the Director, Parliamentary Budget Office of Kenya. I will only comment on a concern that has been raised on that day should never come, and I think it is true the day should never come But we've just experienced it in Kenya on 28th of June, 2 days before the end of financial year, when the House said no CDF, no budget. And that day nearly came. And as an officer, there's one thing I've learned the 9 years I've been in Kenya, Parliament, that there is no better union than when members are fighting for their rights. The issues are thrown out, and a budget office can only advise them on the consequences of shutting down government. That's the whole issue about the power of the past. And the much we did was to explain to them the consequences. And after explaining the consequences, the issue could be only dealt with politically. There are things that you can't do them through the budget office. There are some like those ones. But when a parliament has the power of the past, it also has the power to shut down. So the most important is the checks and balances provided to ensure that doesn't happen. That is my comment. And I think the rest, as will be presented, will be able to see how various parliamentary budget offices have enhanced the issue of reducing the wastage, enhancing the allocation of resources to priority areas, because the whole issue is to give direction. It's like someone who diagonizes and says, if you go this way, then you're going to die soon. But if you do this way, you're likely to live more. So I believe budget officers behave that way. They are not really the oversighters. They are actually the bolts and nuts. Thank you.
Honorable Member, Zambia, thanks very much.
Thank you, Facilitator. I'll attempt to comment on the first point that was raised on where parliamentary budget officers fit in the accountability process. My comment would be that really parliamentary budget officers should be seen more of an aid to the process. They do not need to be visibly seen because they really are just supposed to support it. Otherwise, if they become another player, it may complicate issues. I'll give an example of the way we are doing, the way we're practicing in Zambia since the creation of this office. So what we do is all committees, particularly those that provide some form of oversight on public financial management. Here we're talking about the Public Accounts Committee, the budget committees, and of course portfolio committees. There's so many portfolio committees that who look at various aspects on the economy. So what we do, when the report of the Auditor General is presented, it may be, for example, on parastatal bodies. We as an office, working together with the AG's office, before the members start meeting the witnesses, we reserve a weekend specifically to take through the members and unpack the audit report so that members, we prepare them, we make them ready to receive submissions on the members and possible areas that they may wish to bring from the controlling officers. This is on the part of the Public Accounts Committee. For portfolio committees, these are sector committees, we had situations where, for example, the portfolio committee on energy, the other portfolio committee was dealing with pension funds. Now, as was, I think, one of the presenters did mention that these offices are supposed to be manned by various professionals from various sectors. So what we do is we identify professionals in those respective areas. For example, if you're looking into the issue energy, we try to identify experts on that in that area. Then we have to reserve, again, probably a weekend. Then we bring the topic that members are going to be looking into in detail as they go through the country, conducting the budget hearings. So we try to prepare them that these are possible areas, these are consequences, this is where the country has come from, so that they already have this background information as they interact with the various witnesses that they're supposed to do. So in the process, we may not specifically appear, but we are there to just enhance that oversight function through those provisions of we call them independent, objective, timely analysis that we have to do. That's my comment on that one.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. On the South African side, I noted Honorable Member Imam and the Chair of Minerals, Honorable Zat, yes. The two, yes, and I see more hands, as noted, Honorable Masango and Kwankwa.
Thank you, Chair, for that. And let me start off by welcoming and thanking all the presenters for the presentations that were provided today. And I'm of the understanding, I think, that we will get copies of the different presentations sometimes during the course of the day. I just want to start off with the first issue being the challenges that we may experience, and maybe if we could get some guidance, especially from the PBO, in terms of the strategic planning challenges that we experience, because quite often there is plans that are coming that are not well thought of, they're not achievable, and then we have a problem in terms of there's time constraints in terms of approving them and things. So if you can give us some guidance in terms of that, what is the way forward and how we could actually try and close those gaps and be able to make it more achievable so that we can deliver on the plans that we have. And also on what happens in terms of history, of how have they delivered previously and things. So there needs to be time to actually study those strategic plans before we decide to just accept them. That's the first thing. And I think one of my colleagues alluded to, which is very important for me, is consequence management. And because there's no consequences year in and year out, you tend to find exactly the same problems. And when we do nothing about it, then we seem to, it's a repetition. And of course, people are upset, and you are not judged on what you do, you are judged on what you don't do, unfortunately. The other thing is this one is actually for the Auditor General. In my understanding and what I have found is a good audit outcome does not necessarily mean that you are delivering good quality services to the people in your area. Very often, an audit outcome is based on the information that you provide, and we come to credibility of the information. And based on the information you receive, then you will provide a good quality audit report. And more often than not, that is not good. So what we do to try and close that. The other one is that the value for money, which seems to be a problem, where you find something in KwaZulu-Natal in one province will be worth, a road will be 10,000 kilometers, and there it will be 50,000 kilometers, rand a kilometer. It's becoming a problem that you're not really getting value. And then the irregular expenditure, in my view, there seems to be a loophole in terms of that, because the irregular expenditure where you can regularize it. There appears to be a loophole, so it gets abused. People just go out there when somebody decides one day I want some money, it's going to go out there and say, let's do this potholes here, which was not necessary. Then you go back and you regularize it. So what can we do? And then finally, more power to the local authorities like the municipal public accounts committees and things like that, because I think they have very limited power and there's very little that they can do. Thank you. I'll stop the chair.
I first want to indicate that all the presentations are on the memory stick in our bags. All members who have not as yet registered, we will encourage them during the break. They will receive their packs from the registration room. So thanks very much, members. I have noted the following members. It will be the Chair of Minerals, and then the Chair of International Relations, Honorable Kwankwa, and then Honorable Mashile and Honorable Fik will be the last. And then I'm going to request respective countries to share the experience, can comment on specific matters they want to raise. Of course, the other countries that has been in democracy for many years, there may be system of oversight has evolved over years. what are good experiences, practices in established democracies that we can take lessons to and then deal with these issues. So I'm going to be biased on my left hand. I like the left hand side more. No, equally, I will, but I'll be more biased on my left hand. So can we just pick on the issues in that order?
No, thanks, Chair. Fortunately, my left is on this side, so I'm sitting on the right left. No, Chair, I think the first issue, obviously, we are victims of late arrival, so we won't have the access to the copies, and I'm sure if I ask something, I will for today accept if it's on the presentation that I would not have had, because I must concede defeat by lateness. Just one part that I didn't get, probably especially the AG may assist, because I was looking at the topic that they were dealing with, which is about parliamentary oversight. So I didn't want to move from a premise where there is a risk and a danger of abdicating and outsourcing the responsibility of parliamentarians into a particular office, except if there's an identification of internal weaknesses. But also I move from a premise that budget by its nature is quite politically conflicted. I don't think we should move from a premise that when you deal with, so I will bear with Chief Whip from the NCOP. There might be a wish, it depends where do you stand currently, but maybe in the future, we might be sitting in an environment where it has got no impact. To what extent does it affect the others? So it depends where you stand. But my first issue probably, AG, because it's quite difficult. They always say the best police officer is the one who knows how criminals behave. Now, I always ask this question, looking at the topic, and I thought I would get something. What is the framework that will inform that political oversight? Because in my view is that in the absence of a clear framework, because oversight at times is interpreted as an identification of weaknesses and mishaps in a process. But it's not telling, it is unable to reflect on what is supposed to be the framework that therefore will assist you in the process of oversight duties that you are supposed to. So I want to get from me, if not necessarily in a narrow way, what could be the framework, the basis, so that in some cases I can say, at least I said in other institutions, the very same interpretation, even of how the AG is supposed to be doing its work, becomes a contested error because other issues only emerges on the basis of investigation or on the basis of findings, which were not originally there before. So I think if one, as I was sitting here, I was sitting, so okay, as a member of parliament, what should be the framework if we were to look on the oversight responsibility in terms of the budget process? The second, and I think it has been undertaken too, part of the problem in South Africa, the financial framework or your economic framework or your policy framework approach is about expenditure, which is necessary, but does it take into consideration how to enhance capacity in order to deal with expenditure issues? So I'm raising this thing because at some point I get the sense that we might be more comfortable, if I were to use again that word in inverted commas, we might be more comfortable to look on spending public finances without also focusing on how much can we extract what is supposedly to be public finances. Is there no possible mechanisms to be done on that one? The last issue was, I don't want to sound like, the last issue, is there a possible consideration of external factors in the process? For an example, if I sit and look at the budget processes, even if we were to reject or not reject, is there a possibility to look at the external factors that may make you to see whether the budget is going to be able to assist in the manner in which it is presented in front of you. That, to me, may be coming also from the initial question I asked, that what is the common framework that we can be able to use as a base measurement, even if you were to look on other countries within the African continent? Because part of the entire African continent, 90 or even 100% of it, it's supposedly to be a developmental economy that is based on issues of developmental objectives. I think those are the issues to me that, in terms of what I would have expected in the framework of, because parliamentarians are not more of officials. They've got a political responsibility to do something which may be different in terms of ideological perspectives.
Honorable Z, Honorable Masango.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Is Mr. Kumalo a victim of child labor? He looks very young, and according to your introduction, he has done so many things for so many years. He's just youthful. I want to agree with the issue that has been raised by the Auditor General around evidence-based service delivery, in that there was an instance where we're shocked as members of parliament when we undertook a visit in one province under the program that we call Taking Parliament to the People. And we discovered that in one province that I can't name, between two communities, children could not cross the bridge from this side to the other to go to school when it has rained. And the Department of Public Works built a bridge for 5 million, but didn't budget for the roads on both sides. And the bridge therefore led to nowhere for 5 years. And when we picked this up, it was only then that they said, no, we didn't have money for the roads, but the bridge had already been built, and it stayed there for 5 years. And in another instance, it was a municipality. They bought graders to deal with the roads, but they didn't train the drivers. And they said they did not have the money to train the drivers, but they bought, I can't remember well, but they bought the graders for something like 6 million. You see, now the issue I want to say is that both the Auditor General's office, in terms of numbers, or members of parliament, may not always be able to go and see for themselves whether a particular service or particular matter has actually been delivered, where money was spent on. The last one is on what you have said, Mr. Kumalo, the independence of the PBO, and whether the PBO, whilst it might or has to be independent, but it cannot be independent from the priorities of either parliament and or the priorities of the country, and or the PBO must also be aware of the manifesto of the ruling party in that particular country. Because the ruling party, as well as the legislature, the members of the legislature are public representatives. They are priorities of that particular ruling party, and the budget must enable that ruling party to deliver on its manifesto. So when the PBO says it is independent, not that I'm questioning its independence, but it must know that members of parliament must pass a budget that must facilitate the delivery of the key issues, policy priorities that are captured in the manifesto of a party. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Masango. Honorable Kwangwa.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I must also apologize for being late. I was at the Chief Whip's Forum this morning. Well, maybe as a starting point, I must say that the PBO must be aware of all the manifestos of the various political parties, especially in light of the fact that now we're going to have ruling parties in some of the municipalities, not just one ruling party. The issue that's important, I think Umama, the NC, the Chief Whip of the NSOP, was trying to highlight here, was cautioning to say that rejecting a budget, for instance, is a very serious matter. We should not do it, or it should not be sacrificed. Our people's needs should not be sacrificed on the altar of political grandstanding. Because there's that temptation these days to do that. I mean, it's not only happening in South Africa, it happens across political parties. You see it in different countries. But my colleague from Zambia, you see the downside, Chairperson, of speaking second last, is that you can sum up what people said and get away with saying absolutely nothing. I hope I don't do that. But what I'm going to try to avoid is to do what politicians like doing. They say, no, I'm covered, but they are notorious for repeating the same thing that they were covered for. The issue about Zambia, I think when I was in the private sector, we used to talk about line functions and staff functions, right? You'd say then your staff function would actually support your line function, because the line function would be focused more on the core mandate of the business. I see these institutions playing that role. To say that we are here to do the oversight role, but let us equip the politicians who are doing the oversight role so that they do their jobs effectively. And those who have read the documents, whether they are coming from the Financial and Fiscal Commission or Parliamentary Budget Office here in South Africa, for instance, or even the Auditor General's reports, one can say you benefit a great deal from that exercise, because then you get a better understanding of issues. But the issue I want to pick up on, Mr. Kumalo, is where you highlighted in your presentation, especially towards the end, where you're talking about a lack of balance, I think, between short-term service delivery pressures and long-term policy issues. I think generally, when we do an analysis on that one, I'd like you to expand on it, is that it stems from, we come, for instance, from an election period, whereas politicians, we go to our board of directors, which are our citizens, and we make certain promises to them, right? And now as soon as you start governing, then you're under pressure to deliver on those promises. And as politicians, we are measured in terms of how well we deliver on those short-term delivery promises, for instance. But it creates a culture of short-termism, right? A culture of short-termism that does not only exist in the public sector, but also exists in the private sector, right? How can we overcome that? But maybe as a point, just as a remark in passing, if one considers and reads the documents that you receive from these institutions, yours included, I think you always highlight the long-term issues, more specifically, that we need to consider. They also highlight some of the policy gaps and the weaknesses that need to be addressed. But maybe the issue that we need to ask, there was a slide in your presentation where you were measuring the performance of the PBO quantitatively, where you talked about 8 recommendations, 5 recommendations, and this and that and the other. As a parting shot, the one question I want to ask is that, do then these parliamentary budget offices themselves and other supporting institutions also measure themselves qualitatively to say, to what extent has some of the political parties assimilated or adopted some of the recommendations they've made? Or to what extent do the recommendations that these institutions make influence the positions of various political parties on issues, especially when it comes to debates on issues of policy and national importance? Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kwangwa. I'm happy that you are still a member of this house, that you have not gone for any coalition kind of. So now, honorable members, we are from an extended constituency period, over 2 months. We had local government elections. So our parliament is not as yet in full steam, so there's never been a first sitting of the house. So you can see members are already wants to report the outcomes of the elections. Yeah, so thanks. Now we'll have Honorable Mashile and Dr. Fig, the last.
Now, thank you very much, Chairperson. I really just wanted to raise two issues. The Auditor General, I think, has already moved to quite a long distance down the road. For previous years, they have been testing expenditure only. But recently, they have introduced to test also predetermined objectives, actual delivery of services. But at the end of the day, is that they are doing it on a sample basis. They are not really testing everything that has happened in any particular department. Then here in South African Parliament, we are informed that we cannot change the budget unless if you have got the capacity to interrogate the budget. And that capacity was in the form of establishing the budget office. That the budget office is the one that will assist us to interrogate the budget and be able to amend it. Now, given the lack of capacity in terms of human resources as well as financial resources in the budget office to also test predetermined objectives in the analysis of the budget to inform Parliament to be able to make an informed decision on amending the budget. What is that must happen? Because we know that at the level of portfolio committees as well, we can't really stand tall and say, in a period of 12 months, we will be able to attest actual delivery of services by the specific department that we are doing oversight on. Given the complexity of our activities in Parliament that sometimes actually prevent us to go out there and verify actual delivery on site. Now, if the budget office as well is not capacitated enough to be able to talk to predetermined objectives, what must happen? Because it will still remain difficult for Parliament to amend the budget. Because you'll have then to argue against the executive, which is a lot more better informed on what they have provided. But for us here as well, we must be at the same level to be able to argue whether certain funds have to be shifted from one particular program to the other. Now, given the capacity that we have in the current budget office, that cannot be equated to the capacity that is in the executive, what must happen? Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Honorable Mashile. Dr. Fik.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I have a question each to Mr. Makwetu and one to Mr. Kumalo. I have a concern regarding the independence. Now, we know that as auditors, independence is one of the important characteristics of an auditor. But given the appointment of Mr. Makwetu, the Auditor General, not specifically Mr. Makwetu, how does he ensure that the independence within his function is maintained? And then a question to Mr. Kumalo. You spoke about the budget process and indicating that the time frames are tight. In your opinion, Mr. Kumalo, do you think that the time frame that is allocated to our South African budget process, the time frames are adequate to ensure that a proper budgetary process is followed? Thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Fig. Can I have an indication, honorable members, if you want to comment, or is it fine if I give the presenters to sum up? some of the issues raised flows into other sessions. They will be discussed, I think, much more pointedly in other sessions, so you'll still have opportunity. But as facilitator, I do have limited time. I can open for discussion, but within the time limits, so that the conference attain its objectives. Okay, I wanted to, let me give then the AG and FFC to respond to the issues that are being raised. Thanks. No, just before you respond, AG specifically, I want you to comment on the issue. Often when exercising parliamentary oversight over public finances, the matter of conflicting mandates arise. So, and this is especially the case where we have boards and agencies acting on behalf of state and whose legislative mandate give rise to duality in exercising these mandates. So at times that tension, maybe the experience of, and in terms of oversight, how really lack of, at times it borders on lack of governance model or clarity in terms of whose role is what. But just a comment on that matter, AG. Who starts first? FFC? Doesn't mean when you presented the last, you'll be the last again.
Okay. No, let me just appreciate some of the comments that have been made by the colleagues on your, you call them on your left.
Yes.
Because they did respond to some of the questions, especially the earlier questions that came from the Honorable Chief Whip. I just want to say the idea of the Parliamentary Budget Office is not on its own to exercise oversight. It's not its responsibility. Its responsibility is to assist and capacitate parliamentarians with the different options and consequences of certain decisions that must be taken. I think that's what we were trying to say there. Now, the other question that you asked of me is about the fear of rejecting the budget. You know, sometimes I listen to the House when you debate the budget, and it's the vote, and people, members from different political parties stand up and they say, we don't support this budget, and so we don't support this budget, we support this budget. But the idea is not just about saying we reject this budget. It's about the facts. Does this budget represent the choices that we want for our citizens? We have made certain choices about what we want to do. You have approved your performance plans, your APPs, your strategic plans. You have approved all of those. Now, does the budget speak to those things? I think that's the key issue that I was referring to when I said that when we process strategic plans and APPs, it's actually that's a very critical point where if we don't take time, and it will link to Honorable Nkwankwa's question around the short-termism and the long-term approach. I used an example in my slides there about this short-termism. When somebody comes to you and says, I am going to build this many houses, and this is the amount of money that you must appropriate for that purpose, and you do it, and they spend the money, but the houses that they deliver are actually not tallying with the number that they said they will. So it's either they did not cost it properly, or the money went somewhere else. So there's these questions that must be asked up front. So if we look at a trend and a pattern and say, you have been building this many houses, but if we try to go back in terms of the quality of the houses that you have been building, how many have we had to rebuild? And why have we rebuilt those? It's probably somebody has not established what the minimum norms and standards required to build a house that will last, let's say, 20, 30 years are supposed to be. So you can build as many houses as you want, but if you are not adhering to the standards, they will collapse. And what you report as having achieved, it's a house that will stand for 3 years, or a road that will stand until the next rainy season. And it happens so often that, okay, we will say this is the number of kilometers of roads that we will tar this year, but every year, every rainy season, the road just like gets washed away and we must start afresh. So those are the types of things that we're saying we need to be, when we look at some of these predetermined objectives, performance targets in those annual performance plans, linking them to the strategic plan and ultimately to the budget, we must be able to say, is this realistic or not? And that capacity is not always available. From the economist, for example, you might get one certain thing about it, from somebody else you get another. So we need that capacity, and the Parliamentary Budget Office should be able to do that ideally. But as I said, because of limited resources, Professor Jahed could not get the numbers that he wanted. So you have to do with what you have. And obviously, if you have to do with what you have, you must look at the areas where you will make the biggest impact. And then you move forward. Now, the other issue that I think I need to respond to is around, that was the chairperson of the extractive industry, chairperson of mineral resources. Yes, I think I want to agree with you that the budget, by its nature, it's a policy document. So it obviously must speak to somebody's manifesto. It must speak to agreed objectives, and as I said, we start off with the plans that we approve, and Parliament ultimately approves those. Whether we do a thorough enough job around it, it's the question that will still leave hanging. And then, so it is the duty of the Parliamentary Budget Office to assist you in assessing those and whether or not the way in which we are funding them is actually appropriate, and what the consequences of taking certain choices over others are going to be. Obviously, the Parliamentary Budget Office is not, by its nature, in terms of how the legislation, its founding legislation establishes it, it's not chasing a political agenda. So the work that has to be done has to be objective. So I'm not going to say whether you chase the objectives of the ruling party, because the ruling party, through its parliamentary processes, already has exercised its power to determine what we are going to be doing. And I think the important thing, why I said we have, much as we have these tight time frames, our multi-year budget process, which is a 3-year budget process, it actually allows us to focus, to switch our focus more on the outer years than the current year. So that even though we have these limited timelines, Honorable Fig, even though we have these limited timelines, we can actually influence the budget process in the next cycle through our engagement with what we call the medium-term budget policy statement, because it speaks to where we are going in the next year. So I think these are the issues that we need to be taking into account. Now, Honorable Chairperson of the Minerals, again, you speak about the issue of the expenditure management and the fiscal framework that is driven by expenditure management. I think this also has got its history in the evolution of for our intergovernmental fiscal relations system, where expenditure management was definitely an important part of what each treasury would have had to be doing. In the process, issues of revenue management, and partly because we were also doing pretty well, issues of revenue management were not very important. When you have Minister of Finance distributing apples every year, we've collected this much more than we anticipated. So we're always doing very well. So when times get difficult, that's when you then start thinking about, first of all, are we appropriately utilizing the money that we have? Are we efficiently allocating our resources? And then you start talking about cost containment measures, fiscal consolidation, and then ultimately, if things don't happen, you must find new sources of revenue, failing which you must actually cut your expenditure. Then you move to austerity. Now, it's quite important that in terms of how South Africa has moved, the issues on the revenue side have been identified very quickly with your tax commission, plus also how easy it is that you can actually run away with substituting pain with borrowing. Pain basically would be to say, no, can we then think about changing our tax regime? You don't change the tax regime, you go and borrow. You go and borrow, you are eating the future generation's money. And it's not a very wise thing to do. So fortunately, in the South African context, those are issues that have actually now come to the fore. Whether it's fortuitous because of the economic crisis and the slow pace of recovery that South Africa has suddenly found itself in, it's a matter of debate. Let me see the other question that was raised, I think also by Honorable Kwankwa, relates to the measurement. And like I said, it's a very crude measurement. I mean, they've been in existence for a very short period of time. We are looking, well, they have to, internally, I am sure, they do have a look at the quality, and because the test of it, as we have realized as the Financial and Fiscal Commission, over the years, we have been very happy receiving responses that say, no, we agree with the Commission and we agree with the Commission. But then when it comes to implementation, whether that actually translates into implementation, it's another story. So we did an assessment of the recommendations of the FFC when we celebrated our 20th year anniversary in 2014, and we found that probably quite a significant percentage of the recommendations that had been accepted had actually not been implemented. So it will be important for the PBO to be able to actually look at that, because you can only test the quality of your recommendations by the outcomes that they generate. And maybe one of the outcomes would be one day Parliament says, no, we can't accept this budget because it does not tally with what was agreed to in terms of it can be an outcome of that. And if that you've been influenced by sound advice from the Parliamentary Budget Office and you decided to go with it, then we'll be able to see that they are qualitatively they are doing fine, because we can count these numbers. That's just numbers. They don't tell us much about what has been happening. I understand because I can read those recommendations and I have seen the responses, because sometimes you can also ask, why are you agreeing? We don't just have to ask when they disagree. We must also ask, why are you agreeing with them? And then we get the fair details that will lead us to where you... Yeah, I think in terms of the questions that... Oh, okay, the other one was about the independence of the Parliamentary Budget Office. Yeah, no, for me, the independence of the Parliamentary Budget Office is really about the kind of advice that it provides it should not be influenced by any political agenda or whatever. It should be purely based on the type of person that you have appointed. They are technical experts, and they must actually be providing you with information. They live within decisions that have already been taken. This is what we are doing, and that you take as given, and you do your job. For the Financial and Fiscal Commission, that's how we operate. We have the Constitution. It tells us what we must do, and we have the Bill of Rights, and we've got the Financial and Fiscal Commission Act. We start from there. We take everything else as given. So I would, yeah, that's my response to the independence question. I can't see anything more than that. Thank you.
No, thanks very much. AG can conclude the response.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just to deal with a couple of questions, there's a question that the Chief Whip of the NCOP raised regarding the matter of consequences, which was also repeated by another contributor. I think if one looks at the issue of consequence as to what it is about, where it's coming from, what observations we have made around it, I think it's proper to accept that there's two angles to this area of consequences. The one angle for me is that it's got to have to carry some elements that are punitive, firstly, but also it's got to look at the developmental side of things. Because if one looks at the main reasons that give rise to the work that we do in terms of lack of compliance, lack of adherence to prescribed policies and procedures in a number of instances. The reason these things that are said in the rules aren't happening are also to do largely with a combination of lack of capacity and competence, which revolves around people who are entrusted with doing government work. That's the one. The next one is also processes that get broken. So you've got two competing issues here, one to do with capacity and competence, which I might add, though, that one, when it comes to the nature and the extent of that risk, I consider it to be a very significant risk, the issue of lack of competence and capacity. Because its transversal effect, if it is allowed to fester in an environment, is that it sometimes causes programs to collapse. It causes programs that have been significantly invested in not to proceed because the people assigned to deal with those do not have the capacity nor the competence to carry out that which is entrusted in their hands. So if one looks at all of the reports that are issued either by our office or any other oversight office, it tends to pay a lot of attention to capacity and competence. So obviously, if one looks at consequences for that, they can be a combination of a developmental approach. Let's try and train and increase the capacity of the people that we have so they can do better. However, it can also be punitive because it could be that there are deliberate attempts to try and divert the resources and use competence as an excuse for not doing the right thing. So if I break down the processes, I'll say no, the reason they are broken is because we did not have the requisite competence and technical capacity to do it. When in fact that gap is created by those that know, because it'll be easy for them to instruct somebody to perform certain transactions which will unfortunately be discovered afterwards not to be above board. So if one looks at a control environment as well as what the audit office is trying to report, it's trying to draw attention to these two key areas of weakness. If you don't pay attention to broken processes, as well as you don't pay attention to where there has been a diagnosis of lack of capacity and competence, whether it is in the financial management area, whether it is in the engineering department, because somebody who's supposed to deliver the infrastructure to distribute water in a particular town, if they don't have the competence and the capacity to plan for it, they might discover when they've already spent 95% of the resources that they've done laying out the infrastructure, but the water is not going to go to the households because the last part of what was supposed to be done in terms of the plan has not been budgeted for. And that's where I think the issues of consequence need to be located, to say, when you say bring about consequences, we are saying that take action so that the person who is performing substandard knows that there is somebody who's watching over what they do, and that there will be appropriate steps taken to reverse that situation. Honorable Iman, I think, also raised the question regarding the matter of the audit outcomes versus service delivery. And I think we are very clear on this thing that, you know, when you put a report out in the public domain and you are reporting about the way finances have been handled through an audit, everybody has got the right to ask further questions about it, including the area of service delivery. But if you look closely at our audit conclusion, we normally, as auditors, do not report about things that we did not do. We normally report about the things that we do because our reports are based on the evidence that we gathered. So if you look at areas of service delivery, the bulk of what people experience and what people associate with service delivery is also to do with their experience. So if we audit an institution or a municipality that has had 100 million rands to spend, we as auditors have got a line of sight into the documents and the environment in which that 100 million was spent, in the sense that we call for evidence, we call for documents, and we call for adherence to the policies that have been set out in respect of how this 100 million must be spent in order to deliver water. So, if that institution, therefore, has done everything that ought to be done, we go to a file, we ask for a document to substantiate a purchase of a big pump for installation of a pump station. What we normally do is we'll inspect this document that purports to be an invoice that comes from a third party, and we will also request to see the evidence that indeed you bought a pump rather than you bought a bicycle. To that extent, if all that you have done in accounting for that transaction has been done according to the rules that the National Treasury sets for the accounting of those transactions, we'll give you a clean opinion regarding your disciplines as well as the processes that you have observed. Which processes are geared towards assisting the institution to prevent as well as to detect situations where internal or external parties might want to divert those monies that are aimed at buying the equipment to deliver water. So when we make that conclusion, we do not extend our tests to make inquiries from the citizens of that town as to whether they have indeed been receiving water for the last 6 months every day. So Auditors, therefore, in that context, will not be able to tell you whether indeed that clean audit opinion that they signed is in respect of the citizens of that town, all of them having received water and so on. But what we do know is that if these controls that are supposed to be in place to protect that 100 million towards buying the infrastructure for water, if those controls are weak, then you are creating opportunities for those people who want to lay their hands on these resources so that they can buy other things for themselves. That's the essence of it. So if you are bringing the issue of the experience of service delivery, it is in the context of the impact that a free-for-all environment has to what was intended as the delivery of services ultimately. Of course, an audit can also extend an audit specifically as a performance audit now where it scrutinizes the three elements of performance when it comes to the delivery of services. And that's a separate exercise altogether. I know, for example, just to use an example in the Kenyan environment, the audit office there recently did a performance audit on the utilization of the facilities at the major national hospital. It was not examining the finances, the debits and the credits. It was examining things like scheduling, availability of doctors, availability of supplies and all of those things in a particular hospital network, so that ultimately you can be able to come to a conclusion as to whether the people that use that hospital facility, are they getting a service? Is there a service? So I think that's another component of an audit exercise that would answer that particular question. But standing alone, a statutory audit is about the finances as well as the accurate reporting of the things, as we have said earlier on, relating to the predetermined objectives. You've got objectives that you've set, you've got certain things that you've achieved against your objectives. How accurate, how valid and complete is the information that you are presenting in your annual report, so that somebody reading that set of financial statements can also have an appreciation of the quantitative side of the things that you claim to have delivered. So if that 100 million was meant to deliver 2 pump stations, report on those 2 pump stations with regards to the detail required, so that when somebody reads this 100 million, they know that it was meant for the stuff that is reported on in terms of performance objectives. So in essence, I think what, if I may summarize that part before I tackle 1 or 2 more, is that we look at ourselves as an audit office, and I think our colleagues elsewhere also do, that we are an institution that is established or set up to, if I may use these words, to almost sound a caution on a slippery road, so that there's no need for us to cry fire in a crowded theater. Because that's typically what's going to happen at the end. When all of us cry fire in a crowded theater, we're all going to go helter-skelter in different directions without knowing that there was caution that was sounded up front for us to detect the things that will send us down a slippery path. And that's really, in essence, what an audit effort is trying to do. The issue of the independence and how we ensure that this is maintained. And I'm sure, Dr. Fick, you have an appreciation of just how difficult this thing is without looking at any specific institution. All institutions that pride themselves to be independent will probably possess certain characteristics that can be tested. One, for us at least, as an audit institution here, we think that the fact that we have our own way of determining how the finances that flow through to our institution come give us at one level an element of leverage when it comes to financial component of our independence. And I think that the drafters of the Constitution, at least in our country, were quite visionary in seeing the need for us to have a specifically identified route through which we gather the resources that we need in order to do the work that we know does create tension when we have to report on it. Because if you do the kind of work like that, on the same people that you must rely on to say yes, give him or her this amount that they are requesting, the chances are that you probably are transferring power indirectly to somebody who is going to scrutinize and tell on you when things do not go according to plan. So I think for us, that's the first element when we look at this issue of independence, to say, much as it is not perfect, because there will never be a perfect situation that gathers or that protects independence when it comes to finances and resources. And I'm sure all over the world we have a similar experience. However, there are degrees of that leverage that are acceptable. So we are, I think, in a space where the degree of the leverage that we have over how we source the finances to do the things that we independently decide on is, I think, one element. Secondly, we are also in control of the scope of work as well as the extent of procedures that we must perform in order to arrive at a conclusion on our audits. Nobody else controls that except us as an institution, which is a process that is in response to policies that we have developed over the last 104 years of our existence as an institution. So there may well be attempts to try and persuade one or two individuals to look at a particular matter differently. But internally, there are also systems and processes of a one-level-up principle. For example, as I sit here as an Auditor General, I do not have the authority to change the view of a team that audited in the Northwest. All I have is the capacity to persuade them to have a conversation with an auditee when there is a fundamental disagreement or misunderstanding. It's not for me to say to them that opinion must be A, B, and C. So there are internal checks and balances, because I myself signed up my name as a chartered accountant, which carries with it professional responsibilities and a code of professional conduct that must be adhered to. So do the 500-odd chartered accountants in the Auditor General's office here at home. So if I were to say to somebody who is a second year, who has just signed up as a chartered accountant, and I said to them, please change your mind about this matter, then what triggers in their mind is the fact that I control my own destiny as a professional. If I have to do that, then the South African Institute of Chartered Accountants will have every right to deregister me as a chartered accountant. So you can imagine a 25-year-old who still has another 40 years of professional work to do, whether indeed they will be persuaded easily to take a route that may be found to be wanting when it comes to ethics. So there are these internal controls, I think, that were put in place by those that even came before us to ensure that if myself feel that I want to be softer, somebody else is going to stand up and say, not in my professional name. So those are some of the safeguards, I guess, that we have. But humans are humans. Some will balk at the pressure, but some who are persuaded even by an auditee to change a particular conclusion stand up, as they have in our case. We have a situation not long ago where an accounting officer was persuading our team to change their view, and they stood up and blew the whistle. And the consequences for that on that particular accounting officer were out there for everyone to see what auditors do when sometimes they are put under undue pressure. So it's a serious contestation here, because you're dealing with matters that may surface a much deeper malaise if it were to be given the proper attention by independent auditors. As far as the matter of the framework, possibly, that could be looked at for effective political oversight duties. For me, one of the things that I've captured recently with the work that we do with the Institute of Chartered Accountants, the work that we do with the King Code on Good Corporate Governance, as well as the Integrated Reporting Initiative, which is not just a South African but a worldwide initiative. They are talking currently about shifting the attention of the information reporting for all institutions, both in the private and the public sector. And this is a focus which is called integrated reporting. Integrated reporting is about looking at what they refer to as the 5 capitals. And I think if you look at it in terms of a school, a hospital, a fisheries agency, an environmental agency, the National Treasury, the presidency, any one of those areas that are normally incorporated in a budget of any country, including what I showed earlier on in terms of the Sustainable Development Goals. You will always find 5 capitals that are there that need to be scrutinized at a much more strategic and detailed level. And these capitals are, among others, the financial capital. All of us have access to this financial capital because when we pay taxes, that money goes to the National Revenue Fund and it becomes financial capital of the state. The other capital that comes out of it is the human and intellectual capital. I think if you look at a private sector organization or a public sector organization, you will always find in that organization, including this institution possesses that capital as well, the human and the intellectual capital. There are also natural capitals. I think when I showed the slide on the Sustainable Development Goals, there are a litany of natural capitals. The stuff under the sea, the stuff on the land, all of those things are the natural capitals that people are trying to convert from day to day into other things. There's also the created capital. It's the capital that arises as a result of the interface of the financial, the human and intellectual capital, as well as social capital. The institutions that we have are part of that capital, which ought to be examined also at a detailed level, so that when we look at budgets, we don't look at budgets in relation to how is this budget line growing from last year. Is it growing by 5%, which somebody might say, I'm fine with this, because they are thinking that inflation is 6%. That's one. Or someone says, no, but we can't grow this budget line by 15% because it's exorbitant. Now, I think the approach that I'm suggesting in terms of some of the frameworks that need to be looked at is, what is the natural interplay between these capitals? What is the human and intellectual capital doing to the finance capital and the natural capitals in order to create new capital that will sustain the development of society over a period of time? I'm starting to talk less than of an accountant now, but in any case, I think if one is looking for a framework, one must look there. And some of these things are in the annual reports, but they are sitting everywhere in the annual report. You cannot find them in one location. You've got to find a way to pull them together. If somebody says that I'm spending money on expanded public works programs in a particular locality, what is this capital that is being created? I think those are the type of conversations that now need to start finding roots, so that you are not looking at finances in isolation. Maybe the question and the answer to the question around what is the link between service delivery and the use of monies may also come from those conversations, because you'll be looking at these 5 or more capitals that are mobilized around this entity. And the integrated reporting framework has got certain guidance that it provides in terms of how do you look at all these capitals. And once you've thought about them in an integrated way, you no longer need to rely exclusively on an accountant or an engineer, because an engineer will know that the capital they are creating is a road, which comes from some natural capitals that were mined somewhere else by somebody else in a different place. But in order for you to convert them to a road, you need human and intellectual capital in the form of engineers and other designers who are going to design the road. And for me, those are some of the issues, I think, from a framework point of view that we need to start thinking about, because that's where the future of reporting is going to be. People, when they produce financial statements, the last place they normally go to, the first place they go to is the bottom line. Well, that's profit, so what? It's the difference between the number of debits and credits. Did it create anything? We don't know, because we didn't look at the other 4 capitals that are impacted by that capital in terms of finance capital. Right. Then lastly, I guess the issue about the conflicting agencies and the roles that are played by executive authorities, accounting officers, and so on. And I think there's no doubt that a normal and healthy tension that takes place in the context of the interplay between these 2 roles. If you look at some of the functions of parastatals and state-owned entities, sometimes they drop only because there hasn't been a natural conversation between an accounting authority, in this case it's a board. That board, according to the instruments that govern a state-owned entity, has got authority to take certain strategic decisions about that board. But if that board does not enjoy the natural support from an executive authority who is the policy guardian or is the representative of government to effect policies within that entity, and you also have an accounting officer who is put in that position but does not have the necessary capacity to implement what the Public Finance Management Act wants, then you've got a relationship that is unlikely to support a strong oversight function. And I think a conversation about the interface and the relationship between these different levels in the oversight, I don't think that conversation has taken place at a deeper level to scrutinize what is the role of an executive authority in a particular environment or entity. What is the role of the accounting authority and how do they relate to the other existing functions within the entire establishment? And I hope that if that conversation takes place, it'll probably start to help us to understand the real essence of how all of them ought to work together. Lastly, I observed the operations of the Congressional Budget Office, and that is the budget office of the United States. And this is just by way of example. I'm sure they have too many centuries of experimentation that they have invested in putting these things together. They may not be the answer for other places. But, and this Congressional Budget Office, by the way, is sitting squarely within the legislative sector of the US government. It's not on the side of the executive. And one of the interesting things, it was an observation, quite frankly, was that when the executive has pronounced on its budget assumptions, whether it's GDP, whether it's which way the oil price is going to go, all of those factors that impact on a budget. Once the executive has prepared theirs, their budget office in the US, the Congressional Budget Office, they come up with their own critical review of the original submission by the executive and say, here are our different assumptions. We think that the interest rates are going to go up by 3%, and therefore this is how it's going to affect the healthcare budget. This is how it's going to affect the defense budget. Contrary to your own assumptions as the executive. Now let's fight. Type of approach. So that there can be some way of reconciling some wild assumptions that have been put in the budget against a set of independent instruments that were used by the Congressional Budget Office. Now, obviously, it's a huge institution. If I recall, when I was there, they probably had something like 36 PhDs that are economists, whose main task is to evaluate these assumptions and come up with their, and you can imagine with economists, they are sometimes naughty. The other ones are from a particular school of thought, and others are from another school of thought. So they kind of reposition these things just to elevate their ideological position with regards to all manner of macro and micro instruments. It's a complex thing, and of course we can all appreciate how complex that society might be when it comes to activating this instrument. But I thought there was a method in the madness there, because clearly you're dealing with millions and billions and trillions of dollars that go right out of the US system itself. But one learned something about the Congressional Budget Office, that it does not want to almost follow like a parrot the suggestions that have been made on the executive side. It wanted to elevate its strength. It's even got a library, a Congressional Budget Office library, with materials that they use to interrogate and evaluate what proposals and assumptions are coming from the executive. And I'm sure that many of us perhaps are probably a little bit too far to get to that situation. But ideally, over the long term, who said that Uganda or Zambia could not have a budget office that is that way structured or with that level of architecture, because then it brings the tension to the table. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Let me take this opportunity to thank Honorable Mohai, Mr. Kumalo and Mr. Makwetu for the lively session. it's true that another source of power is knowledge. And that is very true. We're proving that today. And learning, it's a lifelong experience. So for those that are not part of the South African Parliament, or those that are coming from outside, if you use the Wi-Fi of Parliament, the username will be, so that you can access Wi-Fi here. The username, it's PBO 2016. It's PBO 2016. Then the password, it's PBO at 2016. That's the password. And Honorable Mohai has clarified that all the presentations are in the memory stick that is in your bag. But beyond that, even now, if you can go to the www.parliament.gov.za, the website of Parliament, and go to the PBO, you can access all the presentations sitting here. They are in that website of Parliament. So it means you can be able to follow what is being presented here without using the memory stick, so they are available. Honorable members, delegates, I think it will be a very good idea to break now. Lunch will be, if you get out, there are people that will be assisting us it's in the old assembly on our, we'll turn left. It's very close to this venue. Strictly 45 minutes. So by 1:45, we're expected to be back here and show the kind of discipline that we have shown up to this far. 1:45. 1:45. Strictly 45 minutes, and everything has been arranged accordingly. It won't take much time. We can do that in less than an hour. Thank you. Honorable delegates, let's have those that are still outside to come in. You are welcome, Honorable Speaker of Gauteng. We are going to have Honorable De Pierre, who's the chairperson of the Select Committee of Finance in the National Council of Provinces. Some will be confused, what is that? So in South Africa, when you talk of parliament, you're talking about both houses. We've got two houses. It's the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces. So in terms of the constitution, both houses constitute what we call parliament. So in the National Council of Provinces, we've got people that are representing the provinces. That is why I started by welcoming the Speaker of Gauteng. So when she is here, she is coming from Gauteng, but beyond that, it's always making sure that those that are coming from that province that are in the NCOP are doing justice in terms of representing the interest of that particular province. Honorable De Pierre will be facilitating this session, and it's going to be a session for an hour. Honorable De Pierre.
Thank you, honorable members, delegates. Yes, a fantastic conference, the first for Africa, referring to parliamentary budget officers, and also thanks from my side to the organizers of this international conference. John Maxwell wrote, "Give everyone you meet the AAA treatment. Attention, affirmation, and appreciation." I think that's a message that we can take back also to our homes, to be affected to our loved ones. Honorable members, this session is the role of PBOs in parliamentary fiscal oversight. Question, what is a PBO? So you will find information also in your booklet, your document. The presenters will be Professor Page from the University of Ottawa in Canada. Professor Page is the Chief Executive Officer of the new Institute of Fiscal Studies and Democracy of the University of Ottawa. Our second presenter will be Professor Mohammed Jahed from the PBO RSA. Yeah, the first director of the South African PBO. You've got his profile also in that book. I'm not going to read it again. And Mrs. Phyllis Makue, the Director of Parliamentary Budget Office in Kenya. Now, we met each other in December 2010 in Nairobi when we departed on a study tour to go and learn, what is a PBO and what does a PBO do? And here she is today representing that country, that parliament, and that PBO with great progress. So welcome, and we look forward to your presentations. Honorable members, what do PBOs do? They produce documents. Why? To assist parliamentary committees to be more effective and efficient and do analysis. And you can find it on the website of the PBO, assessing the performance of National Treasury's economic and fiscal forecast. There it is. A quarter report each quarter, and fiscal position of provinces like we do every quarter, in the Select Committee for Finance. Why? To monitor the spending of taxpayers' money and if there is service delivery. The whole concept of measurable deliverables. How do we measure it? And that's where the PBOs comes in, to assist us with the tools to go deeper into matters when we do oversight in our constituencies, wider in the province, connecting with the legislators in provinces, but also as the National Parliament, the National Assembly, and the NCOP's Parliamentary Committee. So I invite Professor Page to come to the desk to do his presentation. The presenters will get 10 minutes each to do their presentation, one after the other. After that, we will take questions. The reply will be between 3 and 5 minutes, depending on the number of questions we will receive. To stay within the time frame of 60 minutes, we've got 2 minutes in excess, so we will use 62 minutes. Professor Page.
Thank you very much, Chair. The clock is ticking. I feel like I'm at the Olympics. Like Mr. De Beers said, why do PBOs exist? They exist to produce reports. I think remember this famous quote from John Kenneth Galbraith, an economist in the previous century, who said, he was asked, why do economists present forecasts? And he says, because they're asked to. And so we tend to, there's some truth in that as well. There's 3 parts to my presentation. I'm going to skip over some of it in the interest of time. It was just 1 or 2 points I'd like to make about this, what is financial control in the context of the role of Parliament, and so how do we provide oversight. I'm going to go lightly on the factors shaping the role of PBOs and spend a little bit more time kind of reflecting on expectations on that role, experiences that I've had as Canada's Parliamentary Budget Officer, and some of the challenges that I think that are ongoing. So,
just a friendly request. Put your cell phones on silent, please. Thank you.
Yeah, so just the issue of financial control, and this is really more in the context of Westminster parliamentary systems of the kind that we have, not so much like the congressional system the U.S. has, but in that system, the government is the executive power is responsible for managing the revenue of the state in that system. And it makes the financial requirements of government known to Parliament. It does that in a budget, very simple. Parliament must authorize the taxes and supplies or the grants of money in that, in the context of that budget. So that's Parliament's role, to authorize taxes and grants of money. So the principle is no tax imposed or money spent without consent of Parliament. So really that's the big question. What does it take to provide consent of Parliament? Do parliamentarians get the information they need before they provide consent on spending bills or on tax changes? And to make a long story short, I would say in Canada, anyways, from my own experience, that often doesn't happen. But that is the role of PBOs, is to try to to make it happen more often. So there are different control gates that Parliament has on the issue of fiscal oversight. So there's really 2 levels. The first level really takes place before money actually gets spent. So Parliament must assent to all legislative measures and authorizes the amounts and objects of expenditures. So in that context of consent, like as in the budget, you need to provide that those authorities for the executive to move forward. But then there's a role that often we look to auditors to play. We had an excellent presentation by the auditor. They must assure that no expenditure or taxes made other than that is authorized. Again, so a very different role, more a role that takes place ex post. So then the cardinal principle becomes, before authorization, before you provide that consent, the role of parliamentarians, financial measures must be given the fullest possible consideration by Parliament. So we had a long discussion this morning. Do PBOs have the capacity? Do members of Parliament have the capacity to provide that consent? Are they given the fullest possible consideration? And also, even from a Canadian experience, that rarely does not happen for different reasons. We don't have the information to parliamentarians. In the case of Canada, in previous budgets, we had omnibus budget bills where things were trying to be pushed through in a hurried fashion. this is hard to see, but again, I think, you know, I'm sure that, that Phyllis or Prop will want to talk a little bit about this more, but fiscal oversight isn't only done by PBOs. Like, it actually is fiscal oversight that's done within the executive, by public servants. We have treasury policies on how to procure money and how reports are supposed to be made. So there's a level of oversight that takes place by the public service before the money even gets out the door. Then there's the role that Parliament plays that I discussed. And Parliament is really the front line. So they have to decide, you know, they debate priorities and policy directions. I think the role of PBOs and fiscal councils, research offices, is to make sure they have fiscal information when they're making those big decisions on priorities and policy directions. But also, because this is a much bigger picture, we work with civil society. We have civil society groups here. The media will be providing oversight and putting pressure on both PBOs and parliamentarians and civil society. And then citizens, you want them engaged on these issues. So I'm going to skip through this part that really kind of speaks to factors that are shaping, you know, I think the role of PBOs. Suffice to say, I would say there's really three factors. One is institutions. We're all our institutions, we're similar, but there are also differences. And, you know, the work that I've done with my colleagues at the OECD on these institutions, we've outlined principles around how to establish a parliamentary budget office. There's a lot of work done by international organizations like the OECD, the IMF, and the World Bank. What are the principles of good budgetary governance? So again, roles, I think PBOs, you know, whether it's in Kenya or Uganda or other places, South Africa, they can look at these principles and say, are they taking place in my country? But also the issue of performance is also shaping the role of PBOs. And are we doing a good job or a bad job? And there's not been a lot of performance testing on PBOs so far, partly because they're relatively new institutions. So just a few words on expectations, experience, and some of the challenges. And one on expectations, I would say for me, in terms of the role of PBOs, where are we headed with these new institutions, that it's really in a very formative stage. It's being developed as we speak. You're developing it here today. You know, this is an historic meeting taking place, looking at the role of PBOs. I would say expectations are being formed now. I would say that the growth of these new PBOs over the past 10, 15 years it's forward-looking. There's a promise that we can strengthen Parliament through PBOs. I don't think we've actually demonstrated it yet, but there's the promise that we can do that we can give you, you know, better or different economic analysis. We can help you with costing on issues, help you with evaluations, but it's a promise, it's forward-looking. I would say that the expectations around where the role of PBOs are going, that they're very situational. So the expectations in South Africa, and I've heard some of that, you know, early today, I would say that the expectations are quite high, that they're being shaped, you know, in South Africa. There's different expectations in Canada. In Canada, actually, the state of the PBO was an election issue in our election last year. The promise of the current government to make the Parliamentary Budget Office even stronger. So that, and provide different types of work. In fact, kind of the work that's being done in Australia now in terms of costing opposition party manifestos. So expectations, things are changing, they're being developed now. And, you know, this is the first historic meeting of PBOs in Africa. It'd be so nice to, and I actually had the pleasure of being at the first historic meeting at the OECD. It was in Rome in 2009. And so it's just nice to see this happening, as Mr. De Beers has said. In terms of experience, and I love this quote, I think it almost to me sounds like a quote we could have got from Mr. Mandela. It said, change happens at the speed of trust. So as we look to build these PBOs and we want them to be effective, like, you know, they has to come in part with trust. Some of that trust comes from just the impact that PBOs can have by producing good analysis, by supporting, you know, the members of Parliament in the way they need to be supportive. But it will take place. You know, in some cases, this, you know, the progress can be incremental, you know, inch by inch, you know, on the quality of reports. In some cases, it could be almost transformational. We will eventually get a report probably from the PBO in South Africa that will change the way many members of Parliament think. I think in Canada we had an experience over fighter planes and costing wars where, you know, I think, you know, we could tell even in our own country that we put out numbers that were so fundamentally different and backed by analysis that they said, well, wait a minute, a PBO can really make a difference for us. And so, but it can only happen with the speed of trust. And that trust has to be gained and earned. I think, again, the second thing is that you learn, I think, as doing the job as PBO, is that you're part of this bigger system, as I said. So you have to develop these relationships with public servants in the finance departments and the treasuries. So you need to develop relationships with civil society, that eventually the media will come looking for information, and they need to be able to, you need to be part of that group. So as you build the PBO, and as it gets built in South Africa or in other countries, in Kenya or Uganda or Ghana, that it will be built in the context of the parliaments, the strengths and weaknesses of those parliaments, and the media and the civil society. I think the third thing I think I picked up from the experience is just the power of the pen. The information, and was mentioned by one of our members earlier today, that it is powerful, that just the information itself, that you could provide analysis, it can change people's minds. And the way we communicate becomes very important. And often economists, they would talk about GDP or output gaps, or they're using costing measures, acquisition costs, or operational sustainment costs. But they need to find a way to communicate it to members of parliament so that they can all understand it. So communication matters. Finally, on challenges, I have just a handful of challenges. The first challenge for PBO is just information. There is a big, we call it an asymmetric problem, an information imbalance. I think our Auditor General talked about it in terms of, people will hoard information in order to use it to their advantage. So one of the purposes of PBO is to balance the playing field with across between the executive and parliament. Second is, the big challenge, I think, is an entrenched culture. Certainly in Canada, we have a culture of secrecy and control. So there was a clash when we started to develop the Parliamentary Budget Office. And that limits their ability to provide analysis if they don't get the proper amount of information. But I think part of that challenge, is that institutional change is difficult. Building a PBO, and I'm sure Prof will talk about it, not an easy thing to do in South Africa. It's not easy to do in Australia or the UK. Certainly wasn't in Canada as well. Just the final slide, just three more challenges. Number one, independence. We heard a lot about independence. I think the more PBOs put out reports that are, have numbers that are different than what is, provided by the government, the more liable they're going to be attacked by the government. And I think independence to somebody like me, when I was the Parliamentary Budget Officer, meant that you hold the Parliamentary Budget Officer or office accountable for its work. And so that that it's their work, it's not the work of a political party or a bureaucrat, it's the work of that particular, director of the Parliamentary Budget Office. So you hold that person responsible and accountable. I think on the accountability side, I think as we go years down the road and it's still early going, we're going to have to evaluate whether these offices really are effective. Are they helping members of parliament provide consent? And there's been a very limited amount of evaluation of these offices. Finally, just on the issue of expectations, I think actually what I heard today is very high expectations for the Parliamentary Budget Office in South Africa. There's capacity needs. You want them to do a lot. I would actually argue in Canada we had very low expectations, and that was almost part of our problem. People thought that we couldn't reform Parliament, that we couldn't strengthen Parliament, that adding a dozen bureaucrats is not really going to make our fiscal system that much better. So we dealt with a lot of cynicism. And then when we started producing reports, people got angry. Like, what are you doing putting out numbers that are different than the executive? So you can have problems both with high expectations and unfortunately low expectations as well. But in part, this is part of a bigger system to try to strengthen Parliament. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Page, for that valuable input. Yes, the PBO gives us the information. The committee takes the decision. Which is sometimes our members come and say, no, but you must now assist us. We must take you the decision, and we will confirm. It doesn't work that way. Honourable members, we've got a lot of knowledge and experience in this room. So when we come to the questions, also participate from your side in your country what you are doing. Professor Jahed, can you please join me at the desk that you can make your input. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, honourable members, honourable delegates, respected colleagues. Thank you very much for the opportunity to talk to you about a bit about the South African PBO. And again, in the interest of time, Honorable Chair, I'll also go through it in 10 minutes, like you said. So,
You taught me.
yeah. Chair, in terms of the outline, I'll give you a brief overview of the evolution of the South African PBO. Then I'll talk to you about the pre-establishment phase, the establishment phase, and the post-establishment phase. Very interesting. In terms of, oh, sorry. Yeah. This is basically a very quick overview of where we are and where we started from. In terms of the pre-establishment phase, and colleagues, honorable members, delegates, I want you to take note of this issue that the PBO in South Africa is shaped by the political, social, and economic context. So the South African situation, of course, will differ from other situations. The political, economic, and social context in South Africa is different to other countries, and we have to adapt it, of course, to our situation in that regard. So broader political consultations took place in this regard. We then saw the development, the development of the legislative framework, the money bills, I think that the Auditor General spoke about, and also Mr. Kumalu. Then there was also a lot of research done on benchmarking, study tours, etc., that were undertaken. We also brought in some research from development institutions in South Africa, which led to what are the best models around the world. And there were study tours. I think, Honorable De Beer, you were part of it as well. And in terms of guiding the process, we looked at creating an oversight authority, a political authority in South Africa, which basically, as I've introduced you this morning, was our political or our advisory board or advisory panel, as we indicated. And this panel comprises of 2 house chairs in the NA and the NCOP, and the 4 chairs of our finance and appropriations committees in this regard. In terms of the pre-establishment, as I said, broader political consultation was important. And of course, consultation not only in the executive and in the legislature, but also broadly civil society organizations, political parties, and of course executive, members of the executive, national treasury, etc., and other various interest groups that we took cognizance of in this pre-establishment phase going forward. In terms of the establishment phase, and I want, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, I want to focus on this specifically because I think the issue of independence comes out here very importantly. We developed the Act in 2009, Honorable De Beer. The Act led to the establishment of the 4 committees of finance and appropriations. The Act also clearly states, and I put this up on purpose, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen. This is part of the Act and it's subtracted from the Act. It's called Section 15 of the Act in South Africa, which I think is also a lesson for all of us. The Act is very clear in terms of what it seeks to do and what it wants the PBO to do. So, for example, the Act also indicates that it relates to the Constitution, which talks about fiscal oversight and the role of fiscal oversight in Parliament. Section 15 of this Act created the Parliamentary Budget Office. And of course, the Parliamentary Budget Office has certain functions, and these are the functions, and this is in the Act as well. I'm not going to go through it all, but it talks about review and analysis, the thing I think Professor Page spoke about, and some of the issues that were raised this morning as well. So here's the functions. The functions are clear, clearly set out, well established. This is what the PBO is going to do in this case, given the processes that we went through in the pre-establishment phase. Interestingly also, the Act talks about processes, how you appoint the director, what the PBO and the director will do. The director, for example, is protected from political interference. Now, the reason I'm mentioning this is because it gives you an indication of the characteristics of this PBO in terms of independence, Honorable De Beer, Chair. The independence is not just about free thinking or critical analysis, etc., etc. Because, I mean, we have legal advisors in Parliament. They will provide you with independent critical analysis. When we talk about independence of the PBO, I want to allude you and direct you to the Act itself. So, if it talks about the director must be appointed by 2 houses of Parliament, the director must be protected from political interference, the PBO must receive a transfer of funds in this regard. Very independent issues that are being raised. The director must submit a rolling plan to Parliament. clearly indicating the independence of this institution. And I'm not going to go on, but I think I've made my point in this regard. In terms of independence of what is going to happen. And I think this is critical, honorable members, for the PBO. And I think Honorable Mashile also referred to this. So independence of ideas, yes, one thing, but independence of the institution to deliver on certain issues are critical as well, honorable members. The police continued, as I've indicated, we went through international best practices, lessons of experience. We looked at various models internationally on the continent. And again, as I say, we shaped the PBO to South African needs. Now, most of you know what the South African needs are, but it's shaped by the socio-economic and political environment. And we have to deliver for the legislature that we have. And remember, the PBO is nothing more than a technical arm to the legislature. And that's the critical part in this regard. In terms of the political oversight, and let me not focus, but go too detailed on this one. But the Oversight Authority, as I say, was an oversight authority by Parliament, comprising of our House chairpersons. And they were responsible for certain things. They were responsible for funding and looking at resources for the PBO, even office space, recruitment of personnel. The point I want to make here, honorable members, honorable delegates, is that the political will for the PBO was very strong. And I think this was a critical success factor in South Africa. And it's probably going to be the success factor which will take us through the process, given the fact that there's issues of resources, capacity, etc., that we face. In terms of the establishment phase, and very quickly, I'm not going to focus on these things, but the organizational structure of the PBO has disappeared. But basically, it comprises of a director and 3 deputy directors. And in total, I think we have 12 staff, if we are fully capacitated. This is the areas of focus that we focus on. And again, I'm alluding to the model that we've adopted for us as South Africans. We look at fiscal policy analysis. We look at public finance. We look at economic analysis. And we have a little arm looking at corporate services for the PBO. The strategic focus areas that we focused on. Again, I think nothing new, but issues that we presented to our committees, mainly looking at technical support to our 4 committees at this stage and issues that are coming out. Thank you, sir. These are the functions of the Parliamentary Budget Office, focused in the 3 areas. And it will be in your packs, but this is the kind of technical analysis and support that the PBO in South Africa undertakes. Strategic focus, this is some of the samples of work that we've undertaken. Again, please look at it and look at some of the issues that we've tried to focus on. Our main clients, as I've indicated at this stage, honorable members, are our 4 committees of finance and appropriations. We need to establish and we need to extend this to all the committees of Parliament, Chair. This, of course, will depend on the resources that we have and the access to technical staff, etc., etc., going forward. An interesting area that has now come forward from the Speaker of Parliament specifically, who we report to directly, is the fact that we need to look at performance monitoring and outcomes issues, which relates to, for example, what we have in South Africa, our national vision, which is our national development plan. And the focus is to monitor the national development plan and monitor departments and the performance in this regard. PBO, in terms of our workflow, very interestingly, what we do, and I'm going to summarize very quickly, our work comes from our committees. So all our work is demand-driven, it's generated by the committee, and our committees are multi-party committees. So the committee will identify a piece of work, the chairperson will contact the PBO and say, here's a piece of work that we want you to do. We then go and develop the terms of reference, and we take the work back to the chair of the committee. This has sorted out a lot of the structural issues around political contestation, ideological debates, etc., etc. I must say, honorable members, colleagues, the one thing in South Africa that we've seen very successful is that no one has ever questioned the kind of technical work that the PBO has done on ideological grounds, etc., etc. And I think the reason for this is that the work we've provided is technically sound, it's analytical, and it's accepted as work undertaken by the PBO. This is our reporting structures. We report to the Speaker and the Chair of the National Council of Provinces. We have an advisory board that acts almost as our kind of advisory panel. So we meet with our advisory board regularly. They provide us with technical, political, economic direction. And we interact with our board and through the board with the office of the Speaker and the Chair. This is also a critical issue of independence that I'm trying to indicate to you moving forward. I know there's a lot of models in the world where the PBO, for example, reports to the Clerk of Parliament or the Secretary, or, you know, but again, different models, different areas for South Africa. Capacitation is an issue, and one of my colleagues will talk about capacitation. But clearly, at this stage, capacity is necessary. Capacity depends on resources, of course. 12 people, very small, so what you can do, very limited. And the support you can provide to members of parliament, also limited, and committees. But I think capacitation is important, access to resources is critical. And of course, what happens is that more work is, you know, the more you deliver, the more work is required. So for example, the work on the NDP, on monitoring performance, has now come to the PBO. And hopefully, you know, with the momentum, we can keep going on this, but capacitation will be important. Technical support, technical projects, I've indicated to you some of the issues, but critically, and I think again, you know, as mentioned by Professor Page in some of the discussions this morning, issues between the allocation of resources, government priorities, the National Development Plan, et cetera, becomes critical issues that the PBO undertakes, specifically in the South African case, given our socio-economic and political context. Honorable De Beer, Chair, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Prof. Excellent. What we get from the PBO South Africa is a pre-budget presentation analysis and a post-budget presentation. Also with the MTBBS, usually around the last week in October, medium-term budget policy statement. Pre-MTBBS, post-MTBBS. And in between, the quarterly reviews, which is valuable information to assist us as policy makers. Thank you, Prof. Honorable Mrs. Maku from Kenya, the country with the long-distance runners. Yes, I wish I could do it, but no more.
Thank you, Chair.
Welcome, and we look forward to your presentation.
Yes, and we'll be able to run like our people are running. Greetings from Nairobi. I'm very glad to share this session with Professor and Kevin Page. The three of us have got some interest together in building capacity in PBOs. One important thing for us in Kenya when we are thinking of PBO's role, the first thing we start is to look at the power of the purse. And the power of the purse is actually the most powerful power that can be given to anyone to utilize. And we like saying that the legislators have got that power given to them by the people and given to them by the Constitution. And history has it that is a similar power that a king had, which had later on to be controlled. And of course for us we say, and that is the reason behind why PBOs are created, so that they can be able to have some influence in how that power is balanced. The role of a legislator is actually three. One, he represents a people. When he represents or she represents a people, it means the people at the end of the day will ask, so what did you bring for us? And when you don't, what you bring for us is actually these resources we are raising, where are they going? The two, it is to do legislation. And one law which is passed every year in our country is a budget appropriation. So we say, if there is nothing that the member will do, is to say, I participated in it. And to participate in it for us, we are saying, is not to say, as many as I have it. And then the oversight role, which to us, we saw it like the emerging role when the PBO was started. Our PBO is 9 years old, and next year we shall be celebrating our 10th birthday, which we all intend to hold in Nairobi with some bash. Now we like stratifying PBOs, not PBOs, legislatures, into 4 types. And I know this was discussed earlier morning, but look at my perspective, which is slightly different. One, we call it simple legislatures, and you'll be able to look at yours which one it is. This is one which is less powerful and the rubber stabs. By the time the budget speech is read, Mr. Speaker, I do move, a number of them are asleep. It's not by choice because there's nothing they can influence that budget. Second type is the arena type, a lot of noise and a lot of debate. But for us, we normally call them the thermometers. They can check the temperature, but they can't change the temperature. They can really say this budget is the most useless budget, but they can do nothing. Then there's transformative legislatures. And these legislatures actually, they dramatically shape the budget, the policies. And these transformative legislatures, for us, we normally call them the thermostats. I'm sure those of you who drove those old cars like one I used to have, there was something called the thermostat. It can actually realize the temperature is too high and shoot somewhere up and tell you this guy is going to stop and do something. If it is too low, you can do something, the car takes off. And we say those are actually those transformative legislatures. For us, we say Kenya is on the way there. Why we say Kenya has moved from simple legislature, from those arena type, to somewhere near transformative is because today it changes the budget. And what we saw during this year, where they were able to say, no CDF, no budget, and the speaker decided not to ask the question. Instead, he deferred the motion and said, let us now revert to a Kamkunji. When you hear it is Kamkunji in a Kenya time, it's an informal gathering of the parliament. That means they can sit there and not in the blare of the media and talk of it. And it is there we told them, don't pass this budget. We close the gates on Friday and you all go home. And that is what is called that the fact that you realize you're becoming transformative and you need some checks and balances. And that's what technicians really help to create those processes of balances. Therefore, in that kind of balance, and I'm sure when you look at this presentation, you realize the executive could be on each arrow there. And when you see this kind of seesaw, which I used to, when I was smaller, I would sit on it on one side, and my brother would pull me up because I was small, and therefore I thought I should grow a bit fatter. That's why the size. So you realize the executive, when it has more powers on the budget, it pushes the legislature down and ensures that the legislatures just votes on the dotted line, that the budget goes. Later on, the auditor comes and says this money was allocated to a bridge without the road. In our case, it was a sewer line done for a city, and the city didn't have water. So it was very difficult to see then what water will flow there, what will flow in that sewer lines. So essentially, those are the issues that you realize then they're done like. But on the other side, the role of the legislature is actually to hold the executive to account. And that's the reason when we are talking about transformative, we are saying transformative with a checkered kind of balance, that you are able to do the role of a legislator and oversight, but not necessarily become an operator. And that is the reason why in our country, as we do it, we realize very well there is a constitution which has given a lot of powers to the legislature in terms of the budget. We have the committee system, they do a lot of work, and our budget office. Actually, when the budget lands in the parliament, each departmental committee or portfolio committee cannot start on it before they have been given what is inside that budget. Because we say a legislator has so many things to worry about. They are actually the master of ceremony in every ceremony in their local area. And they are actually the provider of everything. They have no time to really crunch the numbers. So we do that crunching of the numbers and advise the committees. Now, public hearing in our country, we do a lot of participation. But that participation, we say, if there are no technicians to sift out those materials, it will become just an informal meeting. And then that specialized unit comes under that. And essentially, as was said, and I've been given a warning. Now, in our country, we say in a warning, you just go around it. So some 2 extra ministries. We believe in negotiation. So the budget office in our country was established simply because of just 2 things. Budgets became complex, And at the same time, the Auditor General kept on giving reports that the money was not used properly. Hence, the office had to come in and do that kind of analysis. So I hope he has carried the page to add me the 2 minutes. Down the memory line, what have we done? We have mainstreamed Parliament in the budget process. And when we say mainstreamed, the issue is that we are able to provide the necessary information. So we have a well-developed macroeconomic framework. And I know somebody here did reference to the Congressional Budget Office. The Congressional Budget Office does an estimate, a baseline. And the Kenyan one, what we are trying to do is we do a baseline. The law has told us, give an alternative scenario. You don't do that little night allocation to water, to stationery. No, we give the overall mandates. Where should the country go to? And therefore, that relates to that, do we read the manifestos? What we say is, all the manifestos can never say anything negative. They just have a direction. So what we do is do a non-partisan direction that the relevant committees of Parliament can gauge what comes from the government. And therefore, we have created a technical office. The chair here, when he came, well, we were only 5. We are now 25 and moving on to 40. So essentially, we have reached that. We are independent because we can give our options. The media always picks it and said, the office has advised the House that they should reject this budget. But for us, that is not an issue. Now, what works, and I'll just jump the experience, I'm sure you'll ask. What works is, one, a budget office must be able to work through the political minefield. It is not an office of the minority, it's not an office of the majority, and therefore it is neither an office of the ruling party. And that's what you're talking about, independence and being able to give some options. It has to give analysis that is authentic and timely, and it has to be feasible. It's not an office tucked inside, and I'm sure that's where the PBOs that are here today will tell you that they really want to be seen as PBO and not their existing. Importantly, they must get the political will from the presiding officer, administratively from the clerk. And to conclude, that members of Parliament are representative of the people, and budget often belongs to the people, not to the president, not to the people. So when it arrives on my part, I normally stamp it. Instead of date of arrival, I call it DOA, dead on arrival. Then we start analyzing. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Mrs. Makue. Yes, it's Women's Month, so I was a bit lenient. Male bongwe to the lady. What came out, honorable members, is the fiscal oversight over government expenditure, government borrowing, the issue of tax, and the issue of regulations. Economic success depends on the ability of government to employ limited resources with maximum effect. And that's where the PBOs comes in with the FFC, assisted by the Auditor General through his reports, to empower us as members of committees to do what we have to do. But there's one thing that we must learn, and that is to read. MPs, MPLs, and councillors, national, provincial, local sphere of government, political representatives must learn to read. You're a student of your subject until the day you leave the job. And when you leave the job, you must go and teach other people. So you don't stop, it just carries on. So yes, question time. Thank you for the presenters. I'm going to take from this side and then this side. Please be short, to the point, and then we will give the reply by the presenters 3 to 5 minutes. From the other countries, that we also learn from you through your questions. Number 1, Honorable Themba Godi, Chairperson of SCOPA. Anyone on this side? Dr. Matema? To this corner, this side. Number 3. Honorable Nyambi, number 4. Please remember your numbers. Number 4. Done. Honorable Themba, please start.
Thank you. Thank you, Comrade Chair. Well, I think the presentations were good, except for one area that is either deficient or was not, explained as emphatically as maybe it should. Especially if you look at the South African parliamentary presentation, the primary clients of the parliamentary office, as well as their analysis, which seem to only indicate the linkage between budget and government policy. I would imagine that the complete cycle will be, you have your finance that deals with the budget of each department, the allocation, the rands and the cents. You have appropriations, which deals with your expenditure in year monitoring. But then you have your public accounts committee, which then says, how was the money spent? Because as was indicated in the earlier session, when you have almost 0% economic growth, you have high debts, you want to make sure that each and every cent is used appropriately. So I think the absence of that linkage, I think for me, does not complete the cycle. And if it doesn't, then our oversight function, especially insofar as the rents and sets are concerned, are going to have that loophole. I'll be interested to hear a response to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Comrade Temba. Our presenters noted the question. Dr. Matemba?
Yes, and thank you very, very much. On the question of relationships, but maybe I came late here, how the office relates, he has already indicated the SCOPA. In our country, we call it SCOPA. Other countries will call it Public Accounts Committees, as well as the relationship of this office to Treasury or Department of Finance. But Chairperson, what I admired most from the lady, looks like best practice is emerging. Looks like there in Kenya, some best practice is beginning to emerge. And I would really wish that the Honorable, the lady from Kenya, should indicate what norms and standards they do have. Norms and standards so that those of us who are just beginning can have a point of reference. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Matemba. The gentleman here.
Thank you. I have three questions. The first question goes to...
Please speak into the mic.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
To the presenter from Dr. Shahid from South Africa. In terms of how do you interface with, because when I look at the mandate of PBO in the Money Bills Act versus the functions of other independent institutions, like FFC and the National Treasury, they seem to overlap. So I wanted to know how you've been able to dichotomize and work around conflict issues surrounding the advice of those three institutions that all are geared towards giving information to members of parliament. And then the other question to Mr. Kevin Page is the political maneuver. PBO, I think, it stands in a vantage point of view where sometimes you rub members of parliament, depending on which divide they come from, the wrong way, in their view. If a member is from the government side and you forecast GDP to be 4%, and they believe that the government manifesto is going to push the economy beyond that 4%, obviously you are rubbing the member the wrong way. I don't know, out of his experience, having worked in Canada among other consultants he has done, how do you go around the political maneuver? Because the case for Kenya, at some point you think you want to go home, given the advice you've given the way the media picks it up. Then the other general question is the link between Public Accounts Committee recommendations and how it filters into the budget process. I didn't see that quite come out clearly. Does PBO play a role in ensuring that the PSC recommendations form a basis of the next budget cycle? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nyambi. I see a hand at the back, but first, Honorable Nyambi.
Thanks, Chair. Only one question to Ms. Makau. Maybe if you can share with us the secret behind being able to transform the Kenyan legislature from being a rubber stamp to be a transformative one? What is it that you have done correct to make it now to come to a conclusion that it is a transformative one?
Honourable member, just your name, please.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Sheila Shope Sitole.
Honourable Sheila.
Shope Sitole. I serve in the Appropriation Committee of the Republic of South Africa.
With a lot of experience.
I just want to say that regarding the South African experience, I'm still very happy with the PBO as it is. Because in our committee, when we do our work, we involve the Finance and Fiscal Committee, the PBO, the Human Science Research Council, Statistics South Africa, before we call a department. So that when we call a department, we know exactly what we want from that department. So I wouldn't like to put a lot of work in the PBO because I'm looking at the size of the staff that if they take too much on their plate, they will not be as effective as they are. But for now, you are effective and I'm happy. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a hand. Any other hands? I'm going to allow two more, then we go to the replies. Thank you.
Chairperson, thank you very much. I think my question goes back to the issue of independence of these PBOs. But before I do, I think, Chairperson, I would like to make this remark, that somehow I know we're attending a PBO conference, but I think that we should have given a little bit more time to the presenters there because they were talking about the subject matter that we're here for. And some of the presentations felt rushed because of time constraints. That's just my take. The other issue, obviously, is that one, I think Parliament will have to relearn. You said we must learn to read. I think Parliament will have to relearn to print documents. Because by not printing them, it means that we just pass the cost of printing over to political parties or conference attendees and delegates, which is a problem. I mean, we would have engaged with some of the documents already, especially considering the fact that some of the presentations were rushed. But the issue I want to ask is, insofar as the resource allocation is concerned, to ensure the independence of political parties, not political parties, the PBOs, what challenges are they experiencing? Are they resourced properly, both from a human resource and financial resource perspective? Because even though there might be political will, if they are not resourced and equipped appropriately to be able to do their functions, it means they will fail, even though the establishment of these PBOs is well intended. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? I noted the honourable member. Just your name, please.
My name is A.M. Sheikh Imam, and I'm a member on the Standing Committee on Appropriations. Yeah, very quickly, I think if our colleagues from especially the other countries can tell us, in terms of these strategic plans and things that we get from the different departments, what role do you believe that the PBO should play, or a greater role in ensuring that those strategic plans are achievable? Do you play any role at all in ensuring that from past history, whether these people performed or did not perform, and do you have a say in looking at that before we pass the budgets? That's the first thing. Second thing is you talk about community involvement, which I think is a very, very good thing. Maybe you should tell us at what level do you believe the community, the media, and civil society should play a role in terms of deciding what people should get, when they get it, and whether they do get it. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Honourable Chairperson. We've been listening to presentations about how money is spent, how taxes are generated. Can I ask the PBO, what role do they feel the Appropriations Committee should fulfill in the budget process? Where should the Appropriations Committee come in? Thank you.
You have to act like a hawk. Watch it every minute of the day. That spending is going where it's supposed to be. Service delivery to the people on the street. Last question. None. Thank you, Professor Page, Jahed, and Mrs. Makou.
Excellent questions, just like in the first session. I think, just going through the list quickly, at least the ones that were not specifically identified to either Prof. or Phyllis. I think on the performance of existing money, what roles or do PBOs play? I think for the most part, across the broad spectrum of parliamentary budget offices, fiscal councils, they do not spend a lot of time on performance of programs. They're not really, we've not been resourced, and this is true, I think, mostly for OECD countries, but I think as well, a lot of African countries, Asian countries, not resourced to look at, are we getting value for money from existing programs? That's important work. I think it links back to the latest question on the role of appropriation committees when they're reviewing budgets for individual departments, those spending plans. Are we getting value for money? Can we adjust spending or achieve operational efficiencies? But for the most part, PBOs are not well placed. I think there's the second question dealt with best practices, and maybe Kenya is the best practice. I think Kenya probably has many best practices. And I think to me that speaks to the importance of this, an African assembly. Like, within the continent of Africa, to bring PBOs together to identify these best practices. I think Kenya could, will definitely have many best practices, but they could learn from South Africans, from Ugandans, from Ghanaians, et cetera. I think, in terms of the third set of questions that are directed more towards me, like in terms of dealing with the politics, I think the mandates, and Professor Jahedi talked about it, are pretty well specified in the legislature. So you have a very clear mandate. I think most economists, I think accountants, which we are, have a sense of what tools we can use to provide within the context of the mandate. I think in terms of dealing with the politics, I think the job of the politician is much more complicated than the job of a director of a parliamentary budget office. You have to decide the priorities of the countries, the policy directions. We'll give you fiscal information, treasury-style information on what the impacts will be. And as long as we stay within that mandate, I think we can maneuver around a lot of the politics fairly well over time. I think the question in dealing with transformative parliaments in general, I think the role of PBOs, I think in the future this discussion will become how do we strengthen parliament more generally. I think PBOs will help to strengthen parliament, but it won't deal with all the issues, some of which are being addressed here. In terms of dealing with independence and being resourced properly, I think most independent organizations will be challenged on their independence, whether you're an auditor, general function or a PBO function. I know in my own country, within the first year of my operations, I had my budget cut, and I was in front of a committee saying that potentially I was not providing, I was in contempt of Parliament for effectively for releasing papers in a very open way. So they will attack your independence. I think at the end of the day, does the work stand the test of time? Are you staying within the legislation is provided enough protection for us? And I think, but again, if we had, let's say, the director of the Congressional Budget Office here today, and I heard this person say this in the past, one of the directors, that the challenge of independence never ends. Like every report that you release, it has to be of that quality, it has to be within the chalk lines. You're being tested on independence. And on the issue of resources, there's never enough resources to deal with the mandate issue. So we need to be able to say you're looking at this particular project because it's a high level of risk or it's high level of materiality, we're going to focus here, but we're not going to focus somewhere else. The question deals with, are plans achievable before they pass the budget? I think for the most part, that's a hard question for PBOs to identify, to address. Rarely do we say that, because rarely actually do political people or politicians, certainly in Canada, tell us exactly what those performance indicators or policies are going to be. We had, in the government of Canada, we had tough on crime legislation. They would say, we want to be tough on crime because this is what our constituents want. But they would not say, this is what we're going to do to crime rates. Or they would be hesitant to say, this is how many more people we're going to throw into prison. So without that type of information, people cannot kind of go up and say, okay, we're spending enough money, we have an appropriate program in place to do that. Thank you very much.
Professor Jahedi.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, maybe let me start by answering all the questions in a kind of overall narrative context. I think the reason for the PBO, and if you look at the slides I put up in terms of what the PBOs are supposed to do, the first thing is to ensure that legislature, members of parliament, committees, are capacitated. I think that's the first thing, that they have the information to make decisions. And information that is understood, that when you go to a committee of finance and National Treasury does walk in and they present you with a budget, that you can exercise that oversight role and say, well, you know, in terms of the objectives of the NDP, we can see there's an alignment with the budget. There's an overall distribution to the provinces. We're addressing the issues, the complex or the priorities of infrastructure, job creation, growth. But you need the technical support to know that and to say that. So I think that's the first thing, is to build that capacity and to allow our members in Parliament, our legislative, our members of Parliament, to have access to that information, and they can then make sense of it and be able to exercise the oversight role over, for example, a national treasury. So a big part also is ensuring that on both sides, that there's capacity building in the PBO and capacity building amongst our members of Parliament. Now, I think one of the members mentioned Treasury. You know, you're sitting with 200 people, 200 economists, etc., etc. They come to Parliament, they put up 50 slides to Finance Committee or Appropriations, technical stuff, and we're supposed to exercise oversight in this regard. Now, the issue about PBOs is not only just providing that technical information and making sense of it, but also allowing our members to understand what the issues are and what we need to address in this case. So I think that's a fundamental and a critical part in this thing. Of course, you know, then it links to the issue of where does the PBO operate. In terms of South Africa's situation, we'd like to operate across all the committees, but then you need people and you need money to do it. You need the technical expertise to do it, you know, whether it's be the Public Accounts Committees, SCOPA, etc. You need the kind of capacity to do it, you know, in this sense. A new PBO, we're 3 years old now. We see the need amongst all the committees, 54 committees in Parliament, where all of them require this kind of support. And we'd like to provide that support, but, you know, at this stage, you're limited to 4 committees in this regard. I think it's also important here, honorable members, colleagues, that in our case, we advise Parliament. We advise members of Parliament. So when we present a case to Honorable Moai's committee or Honorable De Beer's committee, the committee takes the information and deliberates on it. And the committee makes a decision as to what it will do with that work. The PBO does not make recommendations to the committee. We might guide in that direction. If you read between the lines, you pick up some issues, etc., etc. But those committees exercising their oversight role will play and make the decisions in this regard. So we provide the information. As I've indicated earlier, the PBO in South Africa's case is nothing more than a technical support to the committees of finance and appropriations at this stage. So we provide that technical support. It should expand. There's no doubt about it. I think there's also the need for these kind of things in this regard. So what does it do then, not only for appropriations, but for all the committees in this regard? It indicates what are the key priorities in the country, how the budgets are allocated, where the distribution of resources are, what the priorities are, and then also on very specific issues that arise. And in my presentation, I indicated to you some of the work that has been done. For example, we did a piece of work on the NDP and how the targets are being achieved or not being achieved. And that gives you a good idea as to what's happening to this NDP, you know, work counts to it. Are we achieving the targets for it or not? And this allows you to exercise that oversight function in this regard, Chair. So, thank you, Chair.
What was very valuable is the document on the alignment of budgets with the NDP. Yes, to show us the loopholes. Honorable Mako.
Thank you very much. Yes, just to speak on terms of what has made Kenya move certain places, although a bit of the history tells them we had gone much lower than many countries. But one of the issues that is aiding Kenya move a bit faster in the area of budget oversight is the fact that when in 2020 they enacted the constitution, they tried to reform that constitution from what was called the Westminster style more to presidential. That is in the area of moving towards the way the US operates. And that's why at the moment, the authority to introduce any money bill lies with the Speaker of National Assembly. He's the one with that authority. The earlier constitution, that authority was with the President, with the advice of the Minister for Finance. Now it is with the Speaker, with the advice of the relevant committee and the technical staff. The technical staff being the Parliamentary Budget Office. So in my office, we issue a certificate that this bill has no charge on the people in the next 1 year or 3 years. It can be processed. Unfortunately, if the office says this has got a charge on the people, it's a money bill, in that certificate, then the Speaker will most likely say, cost it, what is the implication? And what we have learned over the years, the last 3 years specifically, is that once it is said it's a money bill, the member knows that bill has died. So the next thing you come to our offices to remove those clauses. So some of those things has actually aided the transformation because they have claimed that particular power of saying, look, we are the only ones who can do for that. So only those ones which originate from government itself and the appropriation bills. Now the appropriation bills are actually being drafted within Parliament. So what the executive is doing is putting the figures together, and when it reaches there, they know the budget can dramatically be changed, and they are told go back and redraw the budget. So those powers by the amendment of the Constitution is what has aided. In particular, that particular clause, but interesting, it was borrowed from the South African Constitution. So at the end of the day, they cannot own everything. It's just that they will add one more extra sentence and just change it to fit into it. So there is a lot of those things is what is helping. The second issue relates to the building of capacity. And I think that was what Professor said. The capacity is not just built on the PBO, it's also the members. And every 5 years, in our case, the attrition, we call it attrition. Attrition is 75% of them don't come back. So the budget office now starts all fresh. And I was joking with the ones which are about to go next year and told them they graduated in advance because now they are calling shots and throwing the budget out, even almost throwing me out. So at the end of the day, that capacity building is what is the issue because there is the downtrend of it because now they go against my advice and say, but you told us we have the power, so why can't we do that? So capacity is actually what is key. If it's you zero on our capacity, that makes a lot of difference. The other issue is building the systems. We build systems to the extent that pre-budget public hearings are being held in Kenya, both by the executive and also by the legislature. And that is the entry of civil society and others with memorandums. And now the members realize that I can actually push this because this is what the people have said. And we have seen it happen, sometimes it goes all through until some resources are allocated. So that role of having to have a pre-budget negotiation takes place and helps into that. And something now which is also ingrained in the Constitution, that a committee of Parliament must hold public hearings before they finalize the budget. Now everyone comes and says, we asked for this, they never gave us. So at the end of the day, there is that part which has pushed them. In terms of the PBO and its relationship with the civil society, for us, our office, we say it is open door policy. Any civil society who have anything to present, they come to my office, they will give us their views. We will now see which views needs to be pushed ahead, and then we will now lobby for the committee to meet with them. And by the time they meet with them, we have analyzed it and given the committee questions to ask that particular group. So the civil society have a tendency to come together and bring a memorandum as one. In terms of the media, we cannot speak for Parliament. But what we do is every analysis we have done, and we have made it clear we have presented to the committee, we write on the standing orders and the rules of the House that once it's presented, it's a public document. So we go to our website and we hang it there. The media pick it and they can turn the things upside down. So in that way, we haven't talked to them, but they pull it out there. So that's the relationship we have. And then the other issue is, and this is always what we talk when we are talking with Professor and Kevin, it is that PBOs must also be proactive. They also must reform because I served in Treasury for 18 years. And essentially what I knew from Treasury is every other 3 years there is a new reform. So they start by doing MTF. that is medium-term expenditure framework. Then they come in program-based budgeting, and you don't know what else they introduce. So if a PBO is not half alive, then they find new things have come in through the budget, and they're not able to advise the members. So that proactiveness also aids my office to move on to that. Lastly is the issue about resources. And that one, I think it's also because myself, my deputy, and two other officers worked in Treasury. They were actually part of the group that shared the resources. So when we sit down to look at the budget, we told our colleagues on the other side, where is our money? So we first look at that and we tell them, you dare touch it, and we're going to analyze and say your budget is bad. So there's a bit of coercion and a moral suasion and all that. So in terms of resources, we haven't complained about resources. In terms of capacity, a PBO must be able to attract the best, and the best must be what it comes in. Now, the Kenya Parliament is a bit luckier because the Parliament itself is independent, it recruits its own officers, it gives their own remuneration, except now we have a new organization that is now limiting everyone. But before then, they always ensured that someone working in Parliament is earning much more than someone working in government. At the same time, when in 2010, when I had reached a point of what they said, I wanted to leave, what Parliament realized is you can't keep the budget office so low. So they pulled the office to very high, and therefore I'm able to sit in the decision-making with the clerk and others. So again, where you place the office also matters on how it puts. So that's why some of it. And then aiding it with tools. We happen to have a macro model, which was very controversial before we had it. I know we are maybe among the first few within Africa, actually almost we are the fourth one somewhere near the international point. And the issue was that the government said, why should a PBO have a macro model? That is one which is forecasting the inflation, and we can tell them you're focusing too much, US is not the right one, those assumptions and all that. And that actually was aided by the fact that Parliament said, if that's what we need for you to judge what they bring, then we give it unto you. So that made a lot of difference. So the independence of Parliament itself to make its own decision in terms of administration, recruitment, and retention also helped the budget office be much more. We are independent in the sense that my projections is a budget office, so whether the budget appropriation committee likes it, sometimes the chair may not like it. When you are presented to him, you look up the roof and we know he's not agreeing to it because he belongs to the ruling party. But so be it. That's my projection. That's my seeing it. So there isn't much. That's what we talk about independence. So long as you're not doing it to favor a party or a partner or any other person. So that's what makes it a little bit of the independence we're talking about. Strategic plans. For us, in a PBO, we are not involved in the strategic plan review of any ministry. But what we do when we are advising a portfolio committee, one of the documents we request the specific sector ministry is, where is your strategic plan? If it is health, where is your strategic plan? Then we evaluate that sector. Again, it's its own strategic plan. We tell them, this is what you said. So why don't you put the money? If you wrote a wrong strategic plan, then you better throw it away. So often they will always say this was a public relation document, this is the real money. So we evaluate, even for the government itself, we say, you say this is your agenda. So why are you not putting your money in your agenda? It's not us to build your agenda. So that's how we do. For PAC, Public Accounts Committee, yes, it was our last segment to enter in. We started on the appropriation side and allocation and resource. But now in Public Accounts Committee, a budget officer sits from PBO. He sits there, he evaluates the reports that have come in. And of course, that's where the budget office in mine is made of more of economists and few accountants. But that's where now the accountants sit in, look at the balance sheets, and help the Public Accounts Committee come up with a report and the issues. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for sharing those experience with us. Honourable members, you will agree that the PBO is there to strengthen the democratic institutions, but also that there must be resilience. As we sit here, the total objective is good governance and sound financial management, the value for money principle. And that's why there's PBOs. To come and sensitize us as members in committees, you have to look at the following. And then we must listen, we must think, and we must act. Between today and Friday morning, honorable members, we call on you to network. Share your experiences, build relationships, and let we go back to our constituencies, taking this value information to the people that we are accountable to. I conclude this session. Honorable Nyambi, I hand back to you as the program director. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me not waste time. Let me invite Mr. Moloto to take the next section forward. Mr. Moloto, we are all yours.
Honorable members, distinguished delegates from various institutions and different countries. Without much ado, in the interest of time, I'm going to invite Ms. Olani from the PBO of South Africa and Mr. Tusubira from the PBO of Uganda and Ms. Nicole from OECD to share various experiences on the different models on governance structures relating to PBOs. Ms. Olani, over to you.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, honorable members and guests and also colleagues. I'm from the South African PBO. I've been there from the start, and I'm proud to say that I've been there from the start. Perhaps some of my information will be a duplicate of what you've heard, but I'll try and go a bit into more detail on what our structure looks like. I'll start with a short summary of and give you background of the office. You know that our office has been established in terms of legislation, the Money Bills Amendment Procedure and Related Matters Act. And this act has been drafted in terms of our constitution. The office has been in operation since 2013 when our director was appointed, and the office only currently serves the Finance and Appropriations Committees in the two houses of Parliament. The main purpose of this office is basically to assist and support the implementation of the Money Bills Amendment Procedure and Related Matters Act. So in terms of our legislative mandate, you've seen this and you heard this a few times this morning already. We must provide. The Act provides for procedures to amend money bills. The Act further establishes the Budget Office, and it also provides for the management and funding of the office. It really also provides the real functions, the core functions of the office. You've also heard this. The main objective of the Money Bills Amendment Procedure is to provide independent, objective, and professional advice and analysis to Parliament, specifically on money bills and the budget. Further, the mandate, also more in detail, the office undertake research and analysis for the Finance and Appropriations Committees. We provide reviews annually on the documentation that's been tabled by the Minister of Finance. We provide advice and analysis on proposed amendments to the fiscal framework, the division of revenue, as well as policy proposals with budget implications. Further to the legislative mandate is we monitor and synthesize reports adopted in the House. We need to keep abreast of all policy discussions in Parliament, specifically with funding that's about funding, expenditure, and revenue. We monitor and report on a quarterly basis. We undertake any other research that our director asks us to do, or any request that we get from members of Parliament or chairs of committees. We also serve the Speaker. So if the Speaker requests any additional work, any research, we also do that. In specific, you've heard about all the NDP work that we've done. That was a direct instruction from our speaker to assist members with the implementation of our National Development Plan. In terms of some of the other legislative requirements, which is also spelled out in the Money Bills Amendment Procedure Act, is about the administration of the office. The office must receive the transfer from Parliament. The chairpersons, the 4 chairpersons and the 2 house chairs is our advisory panel. The office must be headed by a director, and the director is accountable to the executive authority. He is also responsible for the human resources and the financial management of the office. The director, in consultation with our advisory panel, can determine the structure of the office. He can appoint staff, and he must submit the 3-year rolling budget annually to Parliament. And the director must report to the executive on our performance and on our expenditure. This is our structure. You will see the director on top with his admin, with his administrative staff. We split the office into 2 programs, the administration program on top, and at the bottom we've got the core function of the office. You'll see we've got a deputy director for economics, 1 for finance and 1 for policy, and each deputy director has got 2 analysts. So what informed this structure? How did Prof actually arrive at this structure? Firstly, definitely our legislative mandate, and then also some lessons learned from established international PBOs, the technical capacity of Parliament, but also they did a bit of research, and in terms of the literature, it was really indicating how important the budget system is and what needs to be done to basically assist members to make informed decisions on budgets, policies, and how budgets are aligned to our national policies as well. In terms of the 3 clusters, the economic, finance, and policy clusters, we've tried to separate the functions into these clusters. But in practice, we've really experienced that you can't just separate these functions into these 3 clusters. It's not cast in stone at all, because it cuts across everything that we do. Each and every project almost includes somebody from the economic cluster, the finance and the policy cluster to finalize a project. We do have a strategic plan. We felt that we need a strategic plan to give us focus, to keep us focused and to give us direction. So we developed 2 strategic goals, 1 for the administration function and 1 for the core function. And we've also developed objectives for the administration function as well as the core function of the office. Some of our outputs that we deliver, the administration program needs to deliver the 3-year rolling budget, the strat plan, the APP, the annual report, as well as quarterly reports on our performance and expenditure. The core function, Honorable De Beer also mentioned some of our products that we deliver, and to assist them, it's definitely the most important ones are the pre-MTBPS, the post-MTBPS, the pre-budget and the post-budget, the quarterly reports that we do. And we also started last year with a robustness report, estimated robustness reports, which will also be presented. This is just basically to kick the tires of some of the estimates, the macroeconomic estimates that we get from our National Treasury. Some other individuals' reports that we did as a result of a demand from the committees, where we did some research on base erosion, profit shifting, and transfer mispricing. We did a report on the sustainability of South African social grants, the involvement of the Public Accounts Committee in the budget process, and we also did some work on the financing of state-owned enterprises. And of course, the NDP work, I'm very proud of that because I was the leader of that project. In terms of our challenges, on a strategic level, the office is definitely performing. We produce what we're supposed to produce in terms of our mandate. I see my colleagues laugh at me at the back because of the NDP work that we did. On an operational level, however, the office is still operating under the administration of Parliament. And as Professor Jahed also indicated, that we are supposed to be independent. One can only be independent if you've got your own legislation, if you've got your own personnel, and your own budget. And the Budget Office, our office, adheres to all those characteristics, which makes us an independent institution of Parliament. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Olani. I'm going to ask Mr. Tusibira from Uganda to make the presentation, followed by Ms. Nicole. I've been requested by the Director of the Budget Office just to give a bit of a background or history on how the Budget Office was established and the crafting and adoption of the bill that established this office. As I was one of the members at that time. I'm no longer a member of Parliament. I was a member of Parliament at that time that developed the legislation that established the Budget Office. So, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. We're also privileged as Ugandans to share our experience about the Budget Office, especially about the governance structure. We're proud that in 2001, Budget Office was set up in Uganda after a legislation, a private member's bill, which was not easy to get through. Now, I want to ask one or two questions. The first one is, who needs a PBO? And the answer is simple, is a member of Parliament. It is Parliament, it's the Committee of Parliament. So in that case, the members of Parliament must develop an interest, not only in its establishment, but also in its maintenance. Two is what governs or what determines an effective governance structure of a PBO. My answer is also simple. It's the legal framework. The legal framework to determine its independence, to set it up, and to determine its roles, functions, and mandate. And all this was done in Uganda in 2001 under what we call a Budget Act. The Budget Act came at the right time to establish or to answer questions of information gaps which the members of Parliament were experiencing. Now, this law set up the Budget Office to support members of Parliament at that time, but something was not actually done, and that's now sharing experiences. While the setup was done, while the functions were determined, while the people to serve in that committee were determined as economic and budget experts, what was not done is the financing, how it is going to be financed, how it's going to be sustained, what is its growth path, and we realized at that time, for 2 years after its setup, it was financed by donor partners. And when they withdrew, all the staff left, and it went back to zero. Now, government had to come in to rescue the situation, but it was not in its interest to have a budget office at Parliament. The other missing link was what I've found here in South Africa, is the link between the committees of Parliament and budget office itself. I've noted that you have a committee and a panel which actually monitors the performance of the budget office. That indicates that there's goodwill for members of Parliament, not only to produce a child, but also make sure that this child grows. I want to bring this to perspective. About 3 weeks back, we received a guest from South Africa, and this one was the former Speaker of Parliament, who actually took an initiative to come and visit our office to find out what we're doing and how we're moving. That means it does not only stop here. Members of Parliament have to take interest at all times. Now, when budget office was set up, the slide on the screen shows the position which it was given. Its governance is under a very low line, actually. Below the Speaker, you have the Clerk to Parliament, who is the accounting officer. Then you have two directorates. One is the core parliamentary affairs, and the other one is the corporate affairs, general administration. So PBO is one of the departments in the parliamentary service. To me, that was a very big mistake. Why? When you look at all those departments, including administration, transport, and so forth, all of them share the same scale of remuneration. They are put at par. But a PBO is responsible not to inform members of Parliament about the functionality of all MDAs, including Parliament itself. So you can see already a conflict of interest, how you can now stand and face your clerk or speaker about what is happening in Parliament, or how you can advise technically where you actually belong. So that was a problem. Now, what are the challenges? A number of challenges for that kind of structure. One is social acceptance. You all appreciate that PBOs are new, and world over, these PBOs are reluctantly received. They experience a lot of difficulty and so social exclusion, both internally and externally. Externally, because the executive is very uncomfortable with the PBOs at Parliament. They always believe that PBOs will reveal the loopholes and inadequacies in the budgets they're actually presenting and how they run the business. Hence, PBOs and the executive are not bedfellows. Internally, as I've already indicated, PBOs started taking over roles of traditional departments, including resources, and this caused conflicts. So there's still that gap. Two is the unattractive terms of service. As I've already said, staff are demoralized because their department, although it is supposed to be equipped with experts, it is equated to other departments. The terms of remuneration and salary scales cut across the service. Three is non-prioritization of PBO needs. You also appreciate that the establishment and maintenance of a The PBO requires a lot of resources that may not be easily identified by Parliament. And the administration of Parliament actually pays less attention to the needs of PBO. Why? Because the growth of a strong PBO simply means more problems for the administration. So the administration directly benefits from a weak PBO. And finally, it's about the independence. You have said a lot about independence. Independence in operations, independence in reporting, independence in recruitment of staff, without political or any other interference. This is important. Independence in technical research, independence in advising members of Parliament. And this does not happen right now. We are subjected to the public service rules of recruitment and all that. Now, what's the way forward? The way forward, Mr. Chairman, is to work on the independence, and we are proposing that actually we adopt the CBO model. Many people have talked about it. I think this is the way forward, such that we separate the administration from PBO, be able to appoint, recruit our own staff, be able to defend our own budget, just like the office of the Auditor General, to be able to grow with resources and also capacity of the PBO. Mr. Chairman, the governance of structure of PBO determines its effectiveness. Yet with an effective PBO, you will have an effective Parliament. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I'm going to call on Ms. Nicole from the OECD.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for having me here at this conference. Congratulations to the South African Parliamentary Budget Office on this initiative. I think we'll all agree that we've seen some very interesting presentations this morning. I'm going to talk today about parliamentary budget offices and governance structures using some international case studies. I'll kick off by looking at the PBO community across the OECD today and some of the characteristics of that community. I'll then go on to look at some of the key governance pillars and highlight some of the important aspects of these pillars using case studies and key lessons that I've drawn from some of the parliamentary budget offices. And I'll talk lastly about the OECD principles and how they've been created to help PBOs which are looking to set up and grow. So firstly, just to look at the nature of the community, I think one thing we've all noticed is the growing nature of the Parliamentary Budget Office community. This chart lists independent fiscal institutions across the OECD, including parliamentary budget offices, which have been bolded. And it's very much clear that a lot of these institutions have been set up in the last decade. There's a lot of different reasons why they've been established in the last decade that are specific to the countries which house them, but in general we've seen that since the financial crisis there's been a demand for greater financial accountability, financial discipline and financial monitoring. And in many cases the establishment has kind of been brought about by a broader reform agenda in that country. For example, in Canada, where the PBO was established as part of a package to increase financial accountability, and in Italy, where the PBO was established as part of a response to the need to monitor fiscal rules. Another striking aspect about the Parliamentary Budget Office community is the diversity that we see. I'm not just talking about diversity of the structure or the diversity of the leadership or the diversity of the relationship to the Parliament, but I'm also talking about the diversity of function. I've selected these 3 parliamentary budget offices because I think they illustrate this point very well. While all 3 parliamentary budget offices have got roles in relation to supporting the legislator in budget analysis and in policy costings, the budget offices can also have a number of additional functions. For example, in Australia, where the budget office has got a very large role in relation to election costing and analysing long-term fiscal sustainability, and in Italy, where the budget office has got an important role in relation to monitoring compliance with fiscal rules. Another thing that was pointed out by Mr. Khumalo earlier is the diversity of funding and staffing of the PBO institutions. This chart shows that the US CBO and Korean NABO are 2 of the largest institutions in terms of staffing and budget, and that's very much related to the fact that they have got very large mandates, in particular a strong role in costing, which requires staff with specific program knowledge, and it's a very resource-intensive task. Whereas a number of the other parliamentary budget offices tend to be very small, and that maybe reflects the fact that they've got a smaller mandate, although that's not always the case. Looking at parliamentary budget office governance, I think there's a lot of factors that go into the mix, and some of these are illustrated in this diagram. I'll go on to talk about a number of them. 2 particularly important pillars of governance are the political independence and autonomy of the Parliamentary Budget Office in relation to its work programme. The OECD principles recommend that the leader of the Parliamentary Budget Office should be appointed based on merit and technical competence. And I am pleased to report that in the OECD, it is the case that 100% of our institutions have leaders who have been appointed on the basis of merit and technical competence. I'm glad to see from Professor Jahed's presentation it's the same case in South Africa. And our experience in the OECD is that the leaders come from a wide variety of backgrounds. It can be academia, it can be the central bank. The most consistent characteristic is that they've had some time in the Ministry of Finance. When it comes to leadership, a further recommendation of the OECD principles is that the leadership should have the freedom to hire and fire its own staff in accordance with local labour laws, and that is largely the case across the OECD. A final aspect in relation to the independence of leadership is that there's a clear process for the dismissal of the leader of the PBO. And while that is the case in most OECD parliamentary budget offices, there are some notable exceptions. For example, in Korea, where the Speaker of the House has the power to dismiss the chief, as well as in Canada, where the PBO can be removed at the discretion of the Governor and Council. These are specific weaknesses in relation to the independence of the leadership. Autonomy is the second pillar that I've identified here. And what I mean by autonomy is the ability of the Parliamentary Budget Office to determine its own work programme, within the bounds, obviously, of the mandate that it's been set. Again, I'm glad to report that 100% of the PBOs in the OECD have the ability to set their own work programme, although for some of them, when they undertake work at their own initiative, they have to have it approved externally. For example, in Korea, where the National Assembly Budget Office work programme has to be approved by the Speaker of the National Assembly every year. Accessing government information is crucial to the work of parliamentary budget offices, as I'm sure you all know. That's why the OECD principles recommend that parliamentary budget offices have access to information guaranteed in legislation and, if possible, also through memorandum of understanding or protocols. As this table shows, for the majority of parliamentary budget offices across the OECD, access to legislation is codified. Access to information is codified in either legislation or memorandum of understanding or protocols. In particular, memorandum and protocols can be particularly useful for setting out not just what information parliamentary budget offices should have access to, but also how they should receive the information, in what timescales, and provisions regarding the treatment of confidential data. However, it's worth noting that at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter whether the Parliamentary Budget Office has access to information in legislation or MOUs, because our experience is that it's the relationship with the government that counts the most. There's been some countries, for example, Canada, where access to information has been underpinned by both legislation and memorandum of understanding, and yet still the Parliamentary Budget Office initially experienced great difficulties in obtaining some of the information it requested. Sufficient resources are also essential for ensuring effective governance of parliamentary budget offices, and the OECD principles in this respect recommend that resources are separated from the legislature, provided in a separate budget line alongside other independent institutions, and also that the Parliamentary Budget Office is given multi-annual funding commitments. Unfortunately, in the OECD, it's the case that only the larger PBOs have their own budget lines, for example, Australia, Korea, and the United States. For many, I'm sure as is for the case for a lot of you here, the parliamentary budget offices have got their funding wrapped up in the funding for the legislature. And even fewer parliamentary budget offices have got multi-annual funding commitments, largely Australia and Italy. Unfortunately, the reality of this is that many of these parliamentary budget offices can be subject to political pressures in relation to their work that they publish. Another aspect that can enhance the credibility of parliamentary budget office work is the use of external peers and advisory panels. In practice, about half of the OECD parliamentary budget offices use peer review, and some of the larger parliamentary budget offices have external advisory panels. Advisory panels can be placed for a number of reasons. For example, in the US, they've got a panel of health advisors and a panel of expert advisors who both provide advice to enhance the reliability, professional quality, and transparency of the work of the CBO. Just look at a number of case studies illustrating some important aspects of governance. Firstly, look at the Congressional Budget Office in the US, which was established in 1974 as part of a package of measures adopted to strengthen the Congress and reassert its budgetary powers. It was established following a number of political standoffs, and the CBO's creation really ended the executive's monopoly in relation to the sole provider to the Congress of budgetary information. However, it's fair to say that from the start, the Congressional Budget Office was a fragile institution. One of the reasons for this was it was one of the first institutions of its kind, and the leader at the time, Alice Rivlin, was really making up the rules of the game as she played it. In addition, a lot of external stakeholders were doubtful that the CBO could survive in the political climate. There was a lot of people who were not convinced that the institution was needed, and plenty of skeptics didn't think that it would last 40 months, let alone 40 years. So how has it lasted as long as it has? Well, I think one of the main reasons that it has is because it had very strong leadership from the beginning. In particular, Alice Rivlin, the director at the time, she was strongly committed to non-partisan analysis and took a lot of decisions at the early stages to reinforce that commitment. In particular, she said that the CBO should not make policy recommendations, and it should just give the best estimate of costs and the effects of legislation without telling the Congress what to do. And that non-partisan stance has really stood the test of the time and paid off for the Congressional Budget Office, which has a great reputation today. Another example is provided by the Hungarian Fiscal Policy Council, which is in Budapest. I was lucky enough to visit Budapest earlier in the year. I really think the Parliament building here, which is shown, it's one of the most beautiful parliaments in the world. The Hungarian Fiscal Policy Council was established in 2009 at a time when the country faced a deteriorating debt situation and some great economic challenges. They weren't sure how to establish it at the time, whether to go for a model like the US Congressional Budget Office or whether to go for the Swedish Fiscal Policy Council. But one of the key things that was clear at the establishment, one of the key things that sort of characterized its establishment was that it didn't actually have political support across the spectrum, and the opposition party was not at all keen on its establishment. Anyway, soon after it was established, the opposition party who wasn't keen on it came to power, and this provided some very tricky waters for the Fiscal Policy Council to navigate. In particular, the tensions between the council and the government grew when the council published a report that criticized the economic policy of the government. And it was shortly after that that the government put forward proposals to reduce the budget and the mandate of the council. They said at the time that this was due to the need for budgetary savings, but there was widespread international protest, as well as adverse reaction from the financial markets. However, in the end, the council was replaced by a reduced and more compliant model. And I think this example goes to show how difficult it is to maintain independence and to keep your resources in a highly polarized political landscape, where the messages and reports of a fiscal council can easily be characterized as partisan. I think it's one of the key challenges that all new institutions face is how to establish its non-partisanship and how to be trusted for being independent from the start. Another example is given by the Korean National Assembly Budget Office. It was formally established as part of the broader democratization process in Korea. And from the beginning, the Budget Office was committed to its goal, which was to work towards becoming the global standard and the #1 organization in budget analysis and policy evaluation. It very much wanted to be well respected nationally and internationally for its work. Because of these ambitions, over the past 10 years, NABU has put a lot of work into becoming a well-respected international organization. One of the key things it did to do this was to put in place a panel of outside advisors. It's got 15 members on its panel of external advisors, including people from academia, public finance and research institutes, as well as the media. And the panel's role is really to advise the NABU leadership on duties and other topics of concern. Another factor which has helped it gain national and international credibility has been its transparency. It has always published its key reports, and in addition, raised alarms when it feels that the government policy isn't in line with sound policy settings. Furthermore, the National Assembly Budget Office has held public finance conferences open to the public, and which has kind of helped it gain external credibility in its own country, in line with its organizational goal. I'm not going to talk too much about the Canadian Parliamentary Budget Office because I don't want to steal Mustafa's thunder. I know he's going to speak to us about it tomorrow, but I'll just briefly say that, talk about one of the key challenges, which was the fact that it was established with a very broad mandate with very limited resources. And the PBO has had a particularly noteworthy approach to this challenge, which has helped it limit its workload. I'm not sure if I'll talk about its approach. I'll maybe leave Mustafa to talk about that tomorrow. Suspense, cliffhanger. The last example I will talk about is the Scottish Financial Scrutiny Unit. And I was working in this unit when it was set up from the Parliamentary Research Service. It was set up right after the financial crisis. Scotland has got a very new parliament. It was only established in 1999, and we had a budget which had increased year on year. After the financial crisis, suddenly we faced the prospect of having our first ever decrease in budget, and this was uncharted territory, and there was cross-party support for the establishment of a financial scrutiny unit to help through this new environment. However, the management took the decision to establish it on a pilot basis for a 6-month period without giving it very many additional resources. So this gave us a real challenge of being able to prove the worth of our existence and make a very big impact in a short space of time. We had a novel approach to this, which was threefold. Firstly, we borrowed staff from sympathetic stakeholders. We had staff from the clerking team. We also had staff from the Audit Institute, which we were lucky enough to be given for free over the period of the pilot. It was particularly helpful to have staff from the Audit Institute because they knew exactly what we could access from the government, and there was no way the government could say that the information wasn't there. We also developed a thorough staff development plan for the new unit, which would help us get the skills required to move from being a research service to a scrutiny unit. And in particular, this involved visiting a number of international institutions. I was lucky enough to go to Canada, to the Parliamentary Budget Office at the time that Kevin Page was the PBO, and we also made study visits to the CBO in Washington and the House of Commons Scrutiny Unit. Lastly, we developed a call-off contract with a range of experts who could co-write papers with us to help boost our credibility and analytical rigor from the start. All of this helped us to prove to the Parliament that we were effective and added value beyond just having a standard economic and research service. And so there was cross-party support for the unit being established on a permanent basis. I think these are all useful stories. Well, I hope they're all useful stories. And I'm sure you're thinking right now it'd be handy if some of these lessons were codified in a set of principles. Well, they are. They are codified in the OECD Principles for Independent Fiscal Institutions, as Kevin mentioned earlier. In 2014, these principles were adopted by the OECD, and they're really seek to reinforce the core values for the governance of parliamentary budget offices and fiscal councils, and in particular, independence, non-partisanship, transparency, and accountability. And these principles aim to assist countries, both within and beyond the OECD, to design an enabling environment for the PBO community, an environment that enables the institutions to perform well and to have long-run viability. I've got some copies of these principles with me as well, if anyone would like to have them. Anyway, thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, ma'am, for your input. It was quite valuable. Colleagues, as I've indicated, I've been requested by the Director of the Budget Office just to give you some background and thinking why at the time we thought about the establishment of the Parliamentary Budget Office and the passing of the relevant legislation. I was a member of Parliament from 1999 to 2009 and served in the Portfolio Committee on Finance for most of that period. I had the rare privilege of serving with the former Minister of Finance, who was the chairperson of that committee at the later stage of it, Mr. Nhlanhlanene, and also Barbara Hogan, who later became the Minister of Public Enterprise and Health. And from the opposition, I also had the honor of serving with some very esteemed and thoughtful individuals. For instance, Renata Riat, who's now the lecturer at UCT. Those were the bright lights of the DA at that stage, and Ken Andrews. From the IFE, we had Inkatha Freedom Party. For those who are not familiar with South African acronyms, the Inkatha Freedom Party, we had Gavin Woods, who's now professor in Stellenbosch. So those were some of the individuals that I served with. Just by way of background, there was a constitutional provision which empowered Parliament or required Parliament to pass a legislation that will enable it to amend money bills, and that was there in the Constitution, and it was never acted upon. And there was a lot of pressure from civil society. Particularly, I would mention a few organizations. COSATU, from the labor movement, it was mainly COSATU, which was almost boycotting the hearings of the Portfolio Committee. They said, these hearings are just talk shops, they're useless, you're just rubber stamps of executive decisions. So we are not going to be participating in those. So they convened their own thing. It was supported by various, I think, the archbishops of different churches. They developed their own document, which they called it the People's Budget. So, yeah, so those were some of the challenges that we faced. Black Sash would appear before us, advocating for the increase of social security grants. And obviously, the business committee would also be taking a different stand. The interest of the business committee would be, they would be advocating for the reduction in corporate tax and the increase in consumption tax. For those who are not familiar with the South African tax system, our value-added tax, which is a consumption tax, has been stagnant has stayed the same since before '94, as far as I recall. So it has never been increased. So there was that push to increase value-added tax. So as I'm just pointing out, I'm just pointing out these issues to indicate the pressures that we are under. We should have meant that we'd have to do something in relation to the fiscal framework, because it talks to the issues of the budget deficit. Because COSATU was very clear in all these interactions that the budget deficit that we have adopted as a country is very conservative. We would want you to increase the budget deficit. And they would question inflation targeting, because those were the era of, just the inflation targeting as a monetary policy was just being introduced by the Minister of Finance, and the Minister of Finance that time was Trevor Manuel. So we had those debates, and there was also frustration from members of Parliament themselves. I would just want to pick up on one example. We had the time when Nhlanhlanene, the former Minister of Finance, was chairing the committee. We had the Department of Correctional Service appearing before us, and we went back. We were a group of hardworking members of Parliament. We went back, I think, 4 or 5 years, checking all that without the support, obviously, of a budget office and the research capacity of Parliament. We were just doing that on our own. So we went back and checked all the records, and we could establish that every year there's this amount of a prison that must be built. I think it was in Kimberley, and the money was never spent. So, and I remember I had a discussion with Minister Manuel together with the former Minister Ntlhahlanene, that if we had the powers to amend the budget, this is one item we're going to deal with. We are going to show that the money is being reallocated somewhere, but there was no legislation that would have allowed us to implement our wishes. And the part of the challenge is, I'm glad that the FFC is here. The part of the challenge is that FFC has to recommend to the Minister of Finance about their view on the budget. It's up to him to decide whether he accepts it or not. And Parliament, there's no recourse to Parliament. So Parliament can't say, we believe those were valid reasons and therefore we are going to insist that they are factored into the budget. That could not be done. So in a nutshell, that's what prompted the passing of that relevant legislation and the establishment of the budget office. Just to mention, there are two key issues that we considered at that time. One, I'm glad that Nicole has mentioned it. One, that we have unanimous. All political parties in Parliament were unanimous that the budget office has to enjoy independence. So the appointment of the director of the budget office and the removal has to be done by the House, not the Speaker. We're very clear that is the House that, the two houses, in actual fact, I'm wrong to say the House, is the two houses that must concur to the appointment and the removal of the director of the budget office. And we also, the second issue is that all political parties were in agreement that the budget office must be insulated from political pressures so that they should be in a position to provide non-partisan analysis or critique of the budget. So those were the major considerations when we passed the legislation of the budget office, and that the necessary resources must be transferred to the budget office. Because the challenge that we had in Parliament at that time as members of Parliament, and I think that we found agreement with the Minister of Finance that Parliament really has to spend most of its money in research capacity. Because what we found was that most committees didn't have the research backup. For understandable reasons, members will never go and check financial statements. Possibly it was mainly the SCOBA and the Portfolio Committee of Finance who will go back and analyze the financial statement. Members will always check policy directives and that and there. And our argument from finance was that the policy directives have to talk to the money. The allocation, the two, it cannot be separated. And therefore, there was no capacity in Parliament to analyze this last part, which is the finances. So in a nutshell, without taking much of your time, because I need to open it up for other participants to pose questions and make comments. So in a nutshell, that's what was part of our thinking as we crafted the legislation and ensure that we build an independent and non-partisan budget office. Colleagues, I'm going to, thank you. I'm going to open it up for comments and questions. You'll pardon me that I don't recognize all of you. I'll take the honorable member there. You're the first one. And Honorable Sheila Sitole will be the second. I think those are the two. Oh yeah, Honorable Siminya. 3. Yeah, let's honorable member. Let's start.
Thanks very much. I want also to congratulate the PBO for the workshop. It's a topic also that we've chosen as one of the sub-themes of the coming APEC conference, Association of Public Accounts Committees, in September. I think for me, one of the few issues I'm thinking about, like the issue of South Africa with 10 parliaments. In terms of the other 9 legislatures, will it be more beneficial? Maybe Professor Jahid can respond. Will it be more beneficial for us to follow the same architecture of the PBO, or should we allow the various legislatures to try things that are different so that we can benefit from that from those experiences? Is one question that I'm pondering about. But I think it's a way to go. I don't think from where we're standing, we've deliberated on this issue enough. It won't solve all the questions, but there are more benefits for us to move this way. The benefits in terms of literature from other countries is that the also oversight generally is enhanced through PBOs. So I think it will put our parliaments in good stead. Yeah, I think that's the issue I wanted to check with the Prof.
Honorable Sithole.
Thank you, Chairperson. My question is to Ms. Nicole, OECD. Just a matter of curiosity. You know, when you mentioned that your PBOs are derived from academia and the federal banks, I became very worried because I have read a lot by Professor Joseph Stiglitz, who is the most cited economist of our time. He is a professor of economics in the University of Columbia, and also from Professor Hajung Chang from Cambridge, that the crisis that we are facing as the globe today was actually caused by economists and these bankers. So I became very worried when if we can, I just want to ask if we can still trust those guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, next would be Honorable Siminya.
Thanks, Chair. The two things, can the presenters, maybe let me join to welcome the presentation, but the presenters, can they expand on this independent and autonomy so that we become very clear, because I couldn't pick it up. The second issue, Chair, is just to check in South African POP, Parliament Office, yeah, Budget Office in Parliament, just to check in terms of the governance structure. Do they think, do they have capacity to support Parliament, including individual communities, individual committees? For instance, if are they able to, in the analysis, to say this department, its budget is not in line with the MTEFS, and therefore advise the committee to reject the budget, or to work with the committee just to highlight issues that need to be cleared before the budget can be passed, just to check that the capacity level, or are we still new that we are unable to do those elements? Because for me, those are the critical elements, that for us to be able to implement our national plan, we have to have that analysis which will say with this term of office, you need this department to implement this program so that you are able to pick up the progress, just to check whether do we have that capacity, and if we don't, what is the plan? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to request the various presenters to respond to the question. I'll ask Professor, I know he presented earlier, Professor Jahed, to respond to the matter of the 9 legislatures and whether we can replicate the model in those other legislatures. Nicole, I think the one of crisis of economics, you are the one who mentioned the bankers. Yes. And you also mentioned the issue of independence and autonomy. I'll have to refer to Professor Jahed and Ms. Olani on the one of the PBO governance structures, whether they have got the required capacity to help individual portfolio committees in providing a critique of the medium-term expenditure framework and the budget. I will also ask the other colleagues who have made presentations to come in and shed some light on some few things. Let me start with Prof, and then I'll go to...
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the issue of provinces, I think it's an interesting question. And it has been an issue that has come up a few times, whether we should have PBOs at the provincial level. I think Kenya has already looked at that route. And for example, Nairobi has a PBO, if I'm not mistaken. So it seems to be that, you know, there's a potential model in it somewhere. I think in the South African situation, it's critical that support to members of parliament is important, and that capacity be built there. Whether it's a PBO or something else is you know, debatable. Also for the fact that the provinces are represented in the National Council of Provinces, you know, where their budgets are presented, etc. I know that doesn't sort the issue out about, you know, provincial legislatures and having a PBO. But there are different models, I think, you know, that we can look at, or that should be looked at. And I don't think the jury's out on it. You know, there's no decision from our side. But I think the national PBO will be a good example. You know, it could serve as a model. And then it also depends on legislation, etc. But there's no doubt that strengthening capacity at that level, provincial legislatures, etc., is critical. I hope that briefly answers that. I think, can PBO support members? This is an interesting one, and I think Sherry mentioned it as well. The Koreans, they provide support to individual members of parliament. You know, so individual members of parliament can go to the PBO. But then they have, what, 1,000 staff, I think, Sherry, you know? In our case, we have 12 people. So what we should try and do at the maximum is at least try and extend support to all the committees in parliament. But that would, of course, mean more people, more resources, etc., etc. And that, I think, is the long-term strategic aim, ma'am, you know, going forward. Thank you.
Nicole?
Yeah, I would agree with what the professor has just said. I would also highlight that, with regard to parliamentary budget office models, to be enduring, parliamentary budget offices need to have local ownership, and in particular, their setup needs to be determined by local needs and the local institutional environment. So, I would hesitate against any parliamentary budget office kind of modelling itself on another, without considering the local needs and whether the local needs are similar. In particular, in a number of countries, we're seeing a parliamentary budget office or independent fiscal institution at the national level, and some at regional or federal levels as well. For example, in Canada, we've got the first provincial budget office, and in the UK, Scotland has got its own fiscal council and scrutiny unit. They've also got same in Northern Ireland, and they're thinking about it in Wales. So there is a precedent for regions to have these type of offices, as well as the national at the national level. Thank you very much for your question about the bankers. I think that there's two very distinct differences between someone who's worked in a bank and someone who works in a parliamentary budget office. And the big difference is that the person who works in the parliamentary budget office does not actually take decisions on policy, and whereas the people in the bank do. And so I don't think that I think the most important thing when you're working in a parliamentary budget office is the strength of your analysis. And if you've come to that office with experience in another institution, then you're much more likely to know where the bodies are buried. So I think it can only be an advantage. Lastly, the lady who wanted me to expand on the issues of independence and autonomy. Well, the OECD has got 5 principles for parliamentary budget office in relation to independence, and specifically for true independence, it's important that the analysis is non-partisan, that the leaders are appointed on the basis of merit and technical competence, that the term lengths of the leadership are clear, and that there's clear process for dismissal, that the leader is full-time and remunerated, and lastly, that the office has its own freedom to hire and fire staff. So those are the key aspects in relation to independence. When it comes to autonomy, what we're really talking about is the ability to set its own work program, and also the ability to undertake work on its own initiative. And the OECD principles for parliamentary budget offices recommend that parliamentary budget offices have both of those aspects in relation to autonomy.
Okay, thank you. Yes, just from my point, from my side, the issue of the establishment of a budget office in legislatures has to be explored carefully, given what the Constitution says, and we need to determine whether the Constitution empowers provinces to amend money bills. And secondly, there's a judgment of the Premier of Limpopo versus the legislature of Limpopo. I think we need to go back and study what the Constitutional Court might have said in relation to those issues. Yeah, but I'm saying it's something that we need to explore, take into consideration all various constitutional provisions. Colleagues, I think that should, oh yes. Oh, sorry, ma'am. I'm sorry, my sincerest apology.
Yes, we just wanted to comment on the fact that in Kenya, where we have established the county government, which we viewed similar to the provinces, that the county assemblies have created what we are trying to call them fiscal bureaus, where they employ budget officers or fiscal analysts, that's what they're called. And the purpose is to ensure that you create capacity to actually interpret.
Oh, sorry, ma'am, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
The issue is that in Kenya, where we have county assemblies, and which we actually view them to be similar to the provinces here in South Africa, they have established what we call the fiscal bureaus, where they are employing currently, or they have been employed actually. They are fiscal analysts, and their role is not because they amend money bills, but because the budget for that county is submitted to the county assembly is supposed to analyze and pass its own budget. So therefore, their role is actually to enhance the oversight role of the county assembly. And the National Parliamentary Budget Office builds capacity. So we call them for forums, at least 4 forums a year, where we train them on the issues and what they need to do and what has to be done. But they are established as part of the administrative secretariat for the county assemblies. But not just that, it's to do with the money bills. And that's why now the mandate of PBOs in Kenya is slightly larger than just a money bill. It's to analyze the way the resources are being mobilized, the way they're being allocated, and increasing efficiency through oversight. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. I'll take it that was the last input. I'm going to hand over to the program director, Honorable Nyambi. Thank you.
A good round of applause. Thank you for managing this session very well. We have V8, the venue for our visitors that will want to print or do anything. That room is available for that purpose. It's right, the people that are assisting us will show you. It's next to where we had our lunch. The leader of the delegations of Uganda, Nigeria, Kenya, Nairobi must remain here and come to the table for a particular session once we're done. So the plan for today, as we are done for the day, we'll be having the dinner starting at 6 o'clock in the very same venue where we had our lunch. For those that are part of South African Parliament, it will be in order to get all the names so that we can be able to sort the issue of transport to those that might have that challenge, so that it must not be a problem, because we must attend the dinner at 6 o'clock tonight. It's going to be the same venue. There's going to be entertainment and all what you think of in a night session. It's Uganda, Nigeria, Kenya, Nairobi. Let me emphasize that today it was the first day, so it will be good to be here in time tomorrow as early as 8:30, so that we can be able to stick to the program as we have done today to finish in time. You were so wonderful. It was a very, very, very good conference. It was a very good day. And the information that we got today is not something that, Honorable Mohai, you can go to any shop and buy it. And we are emphasizing that don't worry about the presentations. In the package, you have your memory stick, you have it, all of you. If you have registered and you've got the pack, and beyond that, you can also access it in our parliamentary website. It's officially adjourned for today. Then we'll meet at the dinner session. Thank you.